The House will come to order. Continuing on, ladies and gentlemen, with our House reading amendments of House Bill number 1. The next amendment for our consideration will be House Bill Amendment number 9 to House Bill number 1, second reading. Representative Harshman. Please proceed. You can finish that. You're all right. I'd drink some water if I were you, but anyway, you do whatever you think you need to do there. While he's trying to finish, not choke to death, rest of you, the deadline for entering any of your third reading amendments has to be in by the time that we're done with this on the second reading on the budget bill. So please be getting those crafted to the bullpen so they can have them done. So thank you. Whenever you're ready, Representative, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologize. I'd move second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 1, and members appreciate your consideration of this. This amendment has no money in it. Okay, and it's what we do in the budget is we appropriate money and we tell people to do stuff. I mean, that's basically what we do on this floor, what we can and can't do in a civil society. So if you look at Mr. Speaker, line 8 of the amendment, third word from the end, it says, a portion of this general fund appropriation may, key word is may, be expended. So we're not really telling them they have to do this, but the idea is to look at these public parcels that are in my district in Natrona County, where a gravel pit lease was leased on a consent list, and right around 300 shallow water wells. So the thought was maybe we look at this section as maybe a potential area that, because it's used by recreation, there's a grazing lease on, there's a lot of things. So I don't know if I'll even push this thing kind of in. I might withdraw it here after some discussion, but I just think, I guess the policy issue, Mr. Speaker and members, if you go back to the 70s when the LMO statute came in, there was also a statute that we've repealed that where county commissioners could actually nominate certain lands, not set aside, but nominate to the state board to consider as kind of important to the community. All of our towns probably have and that the state board can maybe consider that. Maybe they're a cultural or a historic area or those kind of things. So that's what I want us to just think about as because this one really slipped under everybody's radar and it's caused our county commissioners a lot of grief, a lot of work, a lot of tough stuff. And so anyway, that's where it's at, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. Any members for their first time? First time, Representative Harrelson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So probably some questions and also a couple statements. I guess the first question is, obviously, as I served on this committee and saw this process take place, I don't ever remember hearing of a state park on this mountain. And so has there been any site criteria work done? Where are we at on that? And if there has been site criteria work, so just to give you an example, there's when our state parks goes in and looks at sites for national historic sites or for state parks, they actually have a criteria that has to be met. So you go through an entire process and search all those things out, and then they hit rankings. And so as they look at these sites, they say, okay, what type of items are there to draw people, and is there an ROI financially on this? Can it be self-sustaining? Is it something that we're going to have to prop up with a different park? And so I guess the question that I would have first off is, has any of this been done, or is this simply just, hey, we got a good idea, we think this is the way we can start the process, the ball rolling down the hill and get it moving? So I guess that would be my first question. The second question is this. I mean, we already have national forest options up there. We already have that meadow up there that has some options and some stuff in it. We have the waterfalling. Like, what more are we looking at gaining as we do this? Just kind of want to get some questions answered, and then we can maybe have a little more discussion.
Thank you, Representative Haraldson. Any other members for their first time? First time? First time, second time? Representative Haraldson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, you guys, I believe that there is definitely, we've got a really robust system for choosing places to have state parks. And there's already a process in place. I've been a part of those site evaluations now personally for a historic site as well as a state park. And this isn't the best way to move forward with that. We have options out there that requests could be submitted. They could go through, they could do site review and criteria work, and we could get our reports, and we could see if there is the viability and feasibility for a new state park in this area. But I don't believe that doing it in a budget amendment's the answer.
Thank you, Representative Haraldson. Representative Harshman.
Thank you,
Second
Mr.
time.
Speaker. You know, and I think fair enough, and I don't disagree really with all that the good member from committee number 2 has stated. And to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just trying to get this conversation started. And so the idea was, you know, that I was thinking of what we did at our National Guard camp like a year or 2 ago, where we purchased those school trust lands. They'd have to be appraised, all those kind of things. So, Mr. Speaker, I think given the debate on this thing, I think I'll just withdraw this on the debate I've heard, if that's no objection from the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion has been made to withdraw the objection. Is there any amendment? Is there any objection from the body? Seeing none, the amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, to House Bill 1, Amendment number 10. Representative Larson. Lloyd, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body. Coming back after a busy morning. I would like to move second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1. And then if I may, Mr. Chairman, we had, just before we broke to lunch, and because we're on Agency 24, we got talking about some historical preservation in our state. And I want to tell you about 2 that I've become aware of that I think has some real value in helping us preserve, and want to set aside some money to get that done inside the state parks and cultural resources. I have been in conversation with them. They've helped me to craft some of the language in this, and so albeit this did not come in their budget request, I've spent some time with them over the interim, and I will explain that. So up in the land where the ram horns have a mountain, there's a butte somehow tied to whiskey. That's where that little town right up there used to be their airport. If you go up there and look at it, it's this grassy airport, and then there's teepee rings all around that. That land of the warm winds is where a lot of the tribes, particularly Eastern Shoshone tribe, wintered, and other tribes, and a lot of evidence as to the reason why. About 4 years ago, an archaeologist that teaches at the college there in my county was contacted by an old rancher friend of his up in that community who had been down on that Wind River fishing after the spring runoff, and been a pretty good runoff. And he looked inside the banks and he could see a bunch of bones that had been eroded coming off that whiskey butte. And so he asked him to come up and look at that, and he says as he did, it was like that movie, you know, where the guy with the whip and he discovers all of those things. And he says it was just really, really exciting. And so he brought a summer class and has been bringing summer classes up there to identify what those bones are, and they're bison bones. And so then the conclusion was, was there a jump here? And they've been working, and they've it really is a treasure island up there when you go to see it. And so he was showing me this stuff, and he was telling me how sophisticated they believe those prehistoric efforts were to herd bison and other animals to the jump site, just like you're working cattle to bring them into the squeeze chute. And he said that they'd been testing that, and he says he'd been trying to get some funding, and because it's all being done now through some grants and stuff that just the college had done. And so I reached out to this agency and our state archaeologist, and we spent the day with him up there, and they come back, and that's when this positive thing come about. And so you go up there and they point out all of these rocks. When you first look up there, there's grass and there's brush and there's all manner of litter. There's all manner of stuff up there that, but you can see these rocks in there, and they says maybe you can't see it, but those cairns, the placement of those rocks there were then they would pile brush in between them, and that would be their alleyways to start herding these. And well, maybe. So we stopped, and I looking at those cairn, that rock. First one was 13 steps between the two. The next one's 13 steps. The next one's 13 steps. I've never seen rocks fall that accurately, you know. And then all of a sudden you can start seeing it. Well, one of the ways that really has them hamstrung in this hundreds of acres, which is now owned by the agency that oversees our wildlife in the state. And as they're trying to manage that and do range enhancements, is what should they do to disturb the lands, or what should they do to preserve this if it's indeed as they anticipate that it is? One of the biggest challenges is testing, and one of the things they do is they can take that cairn, and they've developed a soil test to take the soil under the rock and compare it to the rock itself, determine when and where that rock was placed. So this $200,000 goes into state parks to provide the resources to do that, to protect that site, to validate it and protect it so that we don't inadvertently, because we own it through our agency, that we don't inadvertently do something wrong as we're trying to preserve it for our wildlife. The second one is the $50,000 that caught my attention the other day when I read about the Salt Lake to Omaha air route that carried our mail. And you've probably seen it in that newspaper that out over here by the bow where the medicine's at was one of those original mail route airports that's still in place, still has the concrete arrows, right? Still has the tower, still has the kind of the barrack thing, but it is sadly in disrepair, and we're at risk of losing it. And that would be a shame. That's like that tree we talked about before lunch, right? If we don't do something, not that the wind ever blows in that part of the world, or not that something adversely could happen, but we could lose that, and it would be a drastic shame, because that's critical part of the history of this state and the history of our nation. So that's what these two asks for are in this budget, and hope that you would support them.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, two great stories, two probably quite worthy projects, but I find it hard to believe that the best way to get these projects started is a second reading amendment on a supplemental budget. I would ask to vote no against this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, please, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Next, any other representatives for their first time? Representative Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is what we're here for, to protect our history and our heritage and our great state of Wyoming. And we have a budget or a supplemental budget every year. And that's the purpose of our sitting in these chairs, is when a good idea comes up and it helps Wyoming, we evaluate it. We don't worry if we could do it next year or if we didn't do it last year. We consider the merits of it, and then we either decide to fund it or not fund it. So on and in favor.
Thank you, Representative Nicholas. Any others for their first time? First time? Seeing none. He's wanting to. Now he is. He's committed. Representative Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and support, and it kind of the same that we approved just before lunch for, with the good representative brought to us from Hot Springs County. And these are so unique and so important to our history. And so let's keep doing that. It's a small amount really in the grand scheme of things over the decades and decades. So, and time goes quickly and we want to preserve these. So encourage that I vote. I think we've had some other support sent to us via our computer, so some more information. So thank you to the bringer for bringing this on and for.
Representative Davis, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've read about this airfield over there where the water with the medicine is. It's very intriguing. I think this is a great idea, so I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment. If not now, then when? This could be, this could go away like we heard at any time. They're in disrepair. This is not time to dither or delay. Let's do this while we have the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Representative Posey, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also in favor of this amendment. I think it bodes well for our history, the history of Wyoming, and the history prior to Wyoming statehood. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time, seeing none. Second time, speaking to the amendment, number 10 on House Bill 1. Any others? Second time, to the bringer, Representative Larson. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciated sharing these unique resources that we have in our state with you. I get a little concerned about the damage that could be done to them, and I really do respect the opinion of and the comments from agency number 2, but I've learned after being on that committee a year or two that doesn't mean everybody has to agree, and that this might be a good way to help preserve our past so that those in the future can have that concrete arrow pointing them in the right direction to vote yes.
Thank you, Representative. Ladies and gentlemen, you are voting on second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? Bratton? Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Wharf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 24 aye, 37 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 11, Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1. Members of the House, this is related to a footnote that you'll find the text of on page 26 of the budget of the bill, House Bill 1. And it's at the first lines 1 through 6 of page 26 of that bill. And what I am proposing here is to take that footnote out. And let me explain a little bit to you about what the footnote does and why I think it should be taken out. First of all, this deals with school facilities under the State Construction Department, and it deals with major maintenance money paid to schools. And what the footnote seeks to do is limit a 10% allowance that is in the statute on major maintenance for schools. And that 10% allowance of the money they receive, they can use for major maintenance, they can use for some enhancements on things that they have. The footnote is saying for 1 year, they're not going to be allowed to have those enhancements. And so this is a policy shift. It's kind of a big decision for many, many districts. I think, first of all, it should have been a bill. It should be a bill where we have public comment. We can fully understand the impact of doing that to certain schools. I've been told the reason it was put in is that there is 1 or 2 schools that have an issue with this. When do we ever make policy that affects all schools based on a couple of schools who may be not following the rules? Because that's really what's happening here. So my proposal is to take it all out because it should be a separate bill and we should hear public comment. We should hear from our districts. Those that have been accused should be able to defend themselves, and those who are cooperating should be able to demonstrate that and show why that the 10% allowance is important. This also particularly impacts small districts in a greater way. And so most of my school districts within my House district are small districts. So I am asking that we not be punitive in this way against districts who are following the rules and who depend on this 10% allowance to do some things that they're allowed to do under that portion. And to take that away even for a year is punitive. And I would just suggest that we would eliminate this footnote from the budget. And again, I just ask for your favorable consideration. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lally. Representative Wiley, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on and in support, I think we just touched on a lot of great aspects from the speaker before, and you know, it's hard enough for our folks around the state to keep this brick and mortar open and keep it a good place to be for these kids. We debate it all the time. Again, on and for support.
Thank you, Representative Wiley. Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the bringer of the amendment and the sentiment. It does seem to be something that the bringers, school districts, probably use these funds a lot more diligently than some others. The reason that the language was added to the budget bill is because we see a lot of what I'm going to call misuse of these funds. And so tightening up the control of these funds so that they specifically are put to major maintenance, especially at a time when you know, we've been trying to control our spending on construction, is important. I think maybe a later amendment that for third reading where we can bifurcate these small districts from the large districts is probably a good measure. But lumping all these districts together and allowing them all to have this latitude, I think is unwise. So on and against the amendment at this time.
Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, I should not have gone after the good chairman because now it looks like I have nothing to say, but I actually do. What we did with this footnote on page 26 is essentially put some guardrails up that say, we're going to give you major maintenance money. That's where it needs to be spent. We don't want you spending it on fluff. This is a particular situation in the county that I'm sure you're all aware of. You may not be aware of the situation. Apparently they have some teacherages there. And they don't necessarily fall under, they're an exception to the normal rule. Well, rather than throw out a general guideline which protects these funds across the state and throw it out so that one little place can take care of itself, why not we, as was suggested by the chairman, sit down and work out a fix for this particular spot and keep the guidelines on the rest of the state so that we continue to spend these funds appropriately. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I would certainly make myself available to the good bringer to try to come up with a satisfactory amendment to take care of the special need that is there.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Connolly, first time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Representative Connolly. It's always good to see you.
I'm thinking about what I'm hearing, and I'm up here speaking for the district that would be, school district that would be in my district. And I don't believe looking at their maintenance projects and their bottom line for that sort of thing, that they have any fluff projects and that they're abusing this particular part of their funding mechanism. And I'm all in favor of this amendment, and I can't believe that we'd have to accuse our districts of not being fiscally responsible with their money. Their funding model is complicated enough as it is, and I hope you vote for this amendment.
Representative Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In defense of my small rural school districts, I'm on and for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Washut, first time. Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I think we vote for this amendment now, and if committee number 2 comes back with a better option as the third reading amendment, we can consider that, but we don't know what that third reading amendment might look like. And so I don't want to forego this amendment on the hope that we get a better deal on third reading. So let's vote for this one on second reading and see what's offered on third reading and make that decision at that point.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin for your
First for
first
a
time.
second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, first for a second.
First for a second. Representative, any other representatives for their first time? First time? Second time? On the amendment. Representative Wiley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On again and for. This isn't being bold and using a scalpel to trim budgets. This is using a chainsaw body. We're taking away the capability and the ability for these schools to operate. We're not supposed to be doing that. This is a bigger issue. If we need to bring it in form of a bill, then it should be brought in form of a bill. Again, there's a difference between being fiscally conservative and cheap. Let's not be cheap.
Any others for their second time? Representative Yin for your second time, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I'm curious from the committee number 2 that came up to spoke, what is the emergency that the footnote is handling? So they put this in our supplemental budget. And I'm not sure what the emergency is to make it harder for school districts to operate. So curious on what that emergency is.
Any others for their second time? Second time, going once, going twice to the bringer. Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the body. We do not legislate in a budget. That's not what a budget bill is for. It's for the budget. And what this footnote is an attempt to legislate in the budget because the 10% allowance is in our green books. They're suspending it for a year. That's legislating in a budget. So what I heard, just to push back, is, well, there are some specifics we need to look into. It might be unwise to not do this. We might need some guardrails. Well, what we need is a bill that gives us a chance to look at what the specifics are, what might be unwise, and what guardrails we need. We need due process. That's why we don't legislate in a budget. So again, I would ask you to seriously consider this amendment and eliminate this footnote in its entirety. Thank you.
Representatives, you're being asked to vote on second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment has not been adopted. Did I hear a division? Okay, division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, members, please sit, and all those opposed, please stand. You may be seated. The amendment has failed 31 to 30. Next amendment for our consideration will be amendment number 12 to House Bill number 1. Representative Larson Lloyd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm back. I'd like to bring House second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1. Mr. Chairman, this is the this is in Agency 37, which is actually not in your budget bill. We have to bring this back in because the committee number 2 rejected in its entirety.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point?
We move amendments, Mr. Speaker. We don't bring them to the bill. We move. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, at my age, it's hard to move. But I'll try.
For the
move.
sake and the good of the order, please try.
I'll move this. I'll move second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1 and appreciate the guidance from my good chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, this is in our state engineer's office, and there's 2 really critical components. We got in this amendment and in the agency's request, we're dealing with waters going east and the waters going south and west, and trying to protect Wyoming's water so that we can have it now and well into the future. And the first thing I want to talk about is the request that the state engineer had for upgrading the accounting system for the North Platte decree. So we have to audit and monitor and calculate the natural flow of the North Platte River at the Wyoming-Nebraska border. We have to be accurate at that. That lawsuit took years, and that agreement is very, very important. The software that we use is no longer supported by the manufacturer, and the engineer our agency has started putting into place a new technology platform that's widely accepted. He's gone through the first and second, has got the contractor on board, and they're doing that, but they're short of funds to complete the transition. The situation is so delicate that they've dedicated one computer to house the existing obsolete accounting system, water accounting system. If this computer inadvertently upgrades, we've lost it. And we're in a pickle. And so, they kind of hold their breath. This $148,000 would let them just continue on and finish the transition into the updated software to keep us in compliance with that North Platte decree. So that's the one ask. One time, $148,000. The next thing is on the west side of the state. As we talk about the Colorado River Basin, we hear that a lot. But on the west side of the state, we've got 3 basins that we really are concerned about. The Colorado River Basin, everything heading south, as we know. The Bear River compact, all that water coming off the Uintas, heading around and heading into that lake that's really salty. And it's at historic lows. They want all the water they can to fill it. And then that river that reminds us of a snake, and how the water that we calculate coming into those lakes up in the Yellowstone. And so with that, one of the main things and part of this compact is that all of the states have agreed upon is how do we better conserve and use our water. We have to validate and we have to validate that we're conserving and that we're using water wisely and what water is historically there. We have to validate through the use of apparatuses and technology that we have to put into place. And we do this all through our agency's people. His request is to ask for 3 more people on the west side of the state to help with installation of stream gauges, studies to examine free river consumptive use and field water balance studies, consumptive use studies, reservoir evaporation studies, installation of equipment to measure consumptive irrigation water use, to to install more than 2,000 measuring devices for our water users. The system, and then to install the system conservation pilot program and the transit loss study. There's a consumptive use study, a water development. We funded the study to analyze each ditch and conveyance loss. Temporary transfers from junior users to secure their water supplies, and the list goes on and on. He doesn't have the staff in Region 4, I believe it is, over there in that village that used to generate coke for the railroads. And so he's asked for 3 positions. We've heard, 2 years ago, we've seen the depletion in all of the major lakes that go clear to the Pacific Ocean, and the clamoring to make sure that the upper states weren't hoarding water. We're protecting our water, and we have to continue to do that. And that's boots on the ground to make sure that we can defend what we do in court, which is kind of why we said we needed that language earlier in the day. But there's only so many hours in a day. We only have so many people to do it. This is their number one priority. This agency's number one priority. And I hope that you would support it. The North Platte stuff is their number 2 priority.
Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully we can dispense with this quickly, folks. I am on in support of this amendment. I made the same claims that the good bringer of this amendment just did. They're valid. It is important. I would dare say it's an emergency that we get this taken care of. We've had discussions even in the very first amendment about water being gold. And so I would encourage an aye vote here. I voted for it in committee, but was outvoted, and I think this is a good time to put it back into this bill. It's a proper role of government. It's a proper thing for us to do, and in support.
Representative Larson, JT, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the good chairman of committee number 2 for saying that. I've been reached out to, as many of us have in the southwest corner, by one of our major trona producers, and they have many petitions in with the SEO relating to various things around water, including backup water, and so without water, our trona operations in Southwest Wyoming will cease to exist, and we cannot afford that as a state. This is a good investment. It is an emergency, and I encourage you all to vote aye.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative Geringer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a famous riverboat author once said that whiskey's for drinking, but water's for fighting over. And I'm not going to disclose whether or not I've been drinking yet this afternoon, but I sure as heck am going to tell you that I'm going to fight for Wyoming's water. So I rise today because Wyoming's water is under threat, and we cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. We have to fight for this. This is not a distant concern. This is happening right now as we speak. We are seeing unprecedented pressure on our water from all directions. Downstream states in the desert Southwest and on the left coast are watching us more closely than ever. Drought conditions are tightening their grip, and the fight for water in the West is only intensifying. If we don't stand up and protect what is rightfully Wyoming's water, no one else will do that for us. 90 to 95% of irrigated agriculture in the western river basins depend heavily on surface water. The trona industry relies on it. The cities of the River Green, the Spring of Rocks, the Dale of Pine, and others rely on the same surface water. Right here in the Chi City, 50 to 80% of the city's water supply relies on rights from that river basin. The stakes could not be higher. We are blessed to live where mountains are the headwaters of the rivers, but just because the water originates here doesn't mean that we have all the senior rights. Many are dependent on water rights that are junior in the basin, meaning that if there's a call on water, or if we mess up in the compact enforcement, or we fail to defend in the compact renegotiation, Wyoming can lose first. And I got to be clear here, this is not just a bureaucratic funding request. This is a battle for our sovereignty, our economy, against an existential threat. That's why this funding for personnel has to be approved now. Next year is too late. Multi-state negotiations over the future of the Colorado River peak next year. So we must be fully engaged in those discussions now. We have to have the personnel now. And without additional personnel, we're being asked, we risk being outmaneuvered and outpaced by the states with greater resources than we have that are dedicated to securing their share. This isn't a request for convenience, it's a necessity to protect Wyoming's water, our industries, our communities. If we delay, we will be forced to react from a position of weakness rather than negotiate from a position of strength. On top of that, our North Platte River water accounting system that the good young representative was talking about is outdated. If it fails, we could find ourselves unable to meet the requirements of the modified North Platte River Decree. I grew up on a farm in the land of wheat north of here, and we relied heavily on surface water for our corn, sugar beets, pinto beans, and hay. Our neighbors all across the plains in the shadow of the peak of La Rémy all rely substantially on surface water to produce the crops and livestock that feed our state and people across the country. So this is not just a request for more employees or better software. This is a call to arms to protect Wyoming's future. We have to act now before we are forced to react when it's too late. So let's not put Wyoming at risk. We need to do what's right, support the amendment, and support our water, legacy industries, and our people. Thank you.
Representative Eklund, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be brief, and my colleague before me covered most of what I wanted to talk about, but I can fill a few gaps in this whole deal and try to encourage the body to think always about how our water is tied together in the state of Wyoming. Here we are in the capital city, and all the water flows to the South Platte. Why does that make any difference? Well, he communicated maybe up to 50% of the water to this city comes from the other side of the state that flows into the Colorado River. They have collectors, and they eventually get it into the North Platte, then they trade it for water rights that Goshen County, a county, the biggest county, economy of agriculture there is in the state. That county, we trade them water in their drainage that we use. We shoot up here to the city and use it. It's a trade. It was ingenious. And just while I'm thinking of it, if anybody here, especially the legislators from my county, want to go on a tour and see what a complicated and ingenious system we live on, because the mighty banks of the Crow Creek just don't do us much good. I think we could line up a tour, and it'd be worthwhile to just see how important it is, but how important the water tied together is. The North Platte, modified North Platte Decree is essential. We have a water right. This town has a water right in the, I don't know if I think I can say Seminole Reservoir, but especially that west side. And it isn't just what it does for this town here, it's what it does for that west side, losing all the water on that side. We don't want that to ever go to court. We have been able to hold our own. We have to have data. And the guys that'll collect this data are exhausted right now. The ones that are there, they're tired. And we need 3 more of them on that side. The equipment on the North Platte is another deal, but if we don't collect that data, or we lose these employees to exhaustion or otherwise, you don't just hire one. We find them and then we train them and they learn how to run this software that they've got to have to collect data. So let's help them out, give them reinforcements. And I am on and for this amendment. And thank you to the chairman of committee too for supporting us. I do know it was voted down, so that's why I'm so long-winded. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman too, thank you very much. But the other previous two speakers, they hit on a lot of the key points here. We are just currently trying to figure out what consumptive use is. We're setting out the scientific gathering stuff now. I mean, they just went into the basin over there last year. So we're just barely scratching the surface of this. But if you check, you know, we're still in desperate needs. The West is still in a drought. And I'll tell you, we've got to figure out where we are and become very efficient with our water, because below us, they're doing amazing things.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to give a little bit of background. Your JAC committee, majority of all your JAC was for this. I actually do believe maybe we had one person missing and there was a little bit of a shift. Anyways, JAC is for this. We all understand the desperate need we have for protecting and preserving our water. And so would ask for an aye vote. And I believe that we could continue to move on as we have a ton of amendments coming.
Representative Wiley, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sitting here listening to this debate, I agree. We need to move on. We need to get working. We have a lot of stuff to do. This amendment should be unnecessary. This was budgeted for. We knew this was coming. We've heard it today. Water is gold. This is life and death. The lower basin, the West Coast, they're licking their chops. We went round and round. We talked about a department today that needed some extra positions because they make good revenue. Well, other than the public consumption and the agriculture, let's even put away the largest power plant in the Southwest down there in my neck of the woods. Just look at Trona alone, and I believe that these positions far more than pay for themselves. Again, it's a shame that we're debating this on the floor now, because we already had this in the budget. Should be a non-issue. On and for.
Representative Schmid, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be brief. Everybody said what's needed to be said about the importance of our water, especially in the whole state, but especially in our part of the state, in the Colorado River Basin. We are a headwater state. The largest tributary of the Colorado begins in our county. We are in a fight. We're in a fight for our agriculture, our mining, and even our oil and gas, the industries that built the state. And we're the smallest of all the headwater states in population. But we're mighty if we stick together. We just need to put these folks in place and build this team that we need so we can stand up and fight against everything that's working against us. This water is very important for us. So please, I ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, excused, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill number 1. The next amendment for our consideration will be, excuse me, House Bill 1 will be amendment number 13. Representative Haroldson, please.
I move second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1, and I'll explain it. So as we were looking at our fire season and our fire issues that we had come before the state this last year, one of the concerns we had is there was a request for grant money to be placed for reconstruction after fire. And one of the concerns that we had was if we started the precedence of replacing fence after fire, that's a precedence we can't sustain or keep long-term. It just isn't. For generations and for fires and fires, we've been having fence get burned up and corrals and barns and that type of stuff. So we said, you know, we understand the financial burden that can cause. So instead of doing a grant, we did a loan program. But it has come to our attention that there's a concern, not so much for the structure, but more for the rehabilitation of land. And so what this amendment does is it brings $40 million into a grant program that's administered through the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. And this is to restore the land through noxious weed prevention, for just vegetation restoration and removal. And so this is going to be funds that would be available to be used to help fix some of the damage caused by these fires. So what it would look like is 60 million would still be in a loan program for improvement of infrastructure, and then 40 million would be grant for rehabilitation of land. So this, I think, would get us back to a place where we could address cheatgrass and those issues that we are seeing and will be facing that are a concern for all of us moving forward. But at the same time, if a landowner needed help rebuilding that which has been lost, there would be that 2% loan option for them to move forward to repair lands and repair structures. So anyways, any questions, would love to answer them.
Representative Provenza for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this amendment is a move in the right direction, but I would resist it. There's an amendment later that reinstates what the ask was from our chief executive. There's lots of reasons why loan programs are not the answer for our ranchers and our ag community. There's lots of reasons why we need to ensure that there is full grant funding for this and not relying on loans and forcing people to apply for federal grants before they're able to get grant funding, which currently the budget does. I would ask, if we don't want to tie our own hands to federal grant requirements, why would we ask our ranchers and ag to do so? So I would resist this amendment for an amendment later that is going to reinstate the chief executive's ask and make sure that our ranchers and our communities are taken care of after a devastating fire season. Thank you.
Representative Thayer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clarification on the bringer of this amendment. How are we going to facilitate this with public funds going to private individuals?
Thank you. Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to this amendment. Folks, your committee number 2 worked hard to come up with a solution that would work for the ranchers that have been devastated by these fires, and yet also support the hardworking people in other industries who are being taxed and not being provided a grant for whatever they might be up against. So I would say that if we're going to be fair and equal and take care of our neighbors and our brothers and sisters, the proper way to do it is to also think about the taxpayers who provided that money that we're going to help with. And so one of the criticisms of doing this as a loan is that if you're a rancher and you've already gone through your insurance company, which is your first line of defense when a disaster hits your business, and you've also looked for federal grants and they've either all been used up or there wasn't any grant that applied to you, is to come to the state and use this program. But when you already have a loan on the property or the crop or the product that you're raising, it's very difficult to then put the bank in a second position. So your good JAC said, listen, we're going to take a little more risk as a state in this situation to help these ranchers out. We're going to take a second position to the bank, and this is actually unheard of. We have 3 different loan programs that we do in the state where we do loan money to either subdivisions of the government or corporations that we're trying to work with in regard to economic development and other programs where we are trying to make good investments. And none of those 3 loan programs put the state in anything other than a first position on collateral. But in this particular situation where it is a disaster recovery, we're trying to help our neighbors, we're willing to take that risk of taking a second position. It makes this program at a 2% interest a very, very good program to help our neighbors out. And I think just the pride of being a rancher alone would say that this is a more palatable way of getting some help, especially after you've already gone through those other 2 sources. And so I would ask that you resist this, that we maintain a loan program that's viable. And I'll remind the body that we opened up this loan program for more disaster than just the one that we're talking about right here. We have an issue coming up very soon where a dam in the middle of the state is going to be out of commission for years. And we have producers there that are going to need some help as well. And this loan program, as long as it's funded in a considerable way, like we have done in JAC, will be able to help those ranchers out or those farmers out as well. So we're trying to look for a way to help our neighbor and do it in a way that doesn't impact negatively that single mom that works in the middle of one of our cities. Let's think of everybody, let's do this right, and let's keep the JAC's recommendation on and against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams, for your first time.
On and for this amendment. From a grassroots point of view, this is a support for the producers in our state that absolutely need it the most at a time when they absolutely need it the most. Let's do the right thing by the stewards of our natural resource. Vote yes.
Any other representative for their first time? First time? Second time? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out a couple of other things. I know that the good bringer of the amendment is trying to make sure that we can take care of noxious weeds. And I want to remind this body that in this budget, we have taken the governor's recommendation and added $11 million to noxious weed mitigation. And so right at this moment, we don't know what the outcome of these fires is going to be in that regard. What we do know is that if you want to get rid of weeds, one of the ways you can do it is to burn them. And so there's a good chance that we may come out better after this fire in regards to noxious weeds. But in an effort to be prepared for that, your JAC has added $11 million at the midway point. Granted, we funded that account in the last budget, but we've also added $11 million for weed mitigation. So just wanted to add that to it and remind the body that we've never had a disaster recovery program in this state before. So this policy right here, we're actually starting something new that has never, ever been done in the state of Wyoming before. So as we do it, let's do it diligently. Let's help our neighbors, but let's do it in a way that helps that doesn't hurt anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Provenza for her second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say JAC did not add the 11 million. The governor requested it. But I will say, I got up and said I would resist the amendment. I think we should maybe put the amendment in and then we'll have the further discussion later. Sorry I gave you different advice, but I want to come clarify to the good bringer of the amendment. Thank you.
Any others for their second time? Second time, seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer a couple of the questions, constitutionality of it. As we look at the constitutionality, if you were to individually just allot this out to individuals, that would be an issue and we'd have to have a conversation on that. But if you look in the body of this amendment, which is page 1, line 8 through 26, you're going to see things like grants provided to the Wyoming Conservation Districts, Weed and Pest Districts, and the Game and Fish Commission. As we give that to those entities, they then can divvy those out in the realm, not money, but action. This would be for chemical, this would be for reseed, this would be for removal of. These entities would go to work. So it's the same way we currently run them and work on them. One thing too to keep in mind as we talk about the amount of money required or needed, this would be 40 million for the next year. This is something, as we've talked with entities involved, they believe this would definitely would maybe be for sure a good start. We don't know we can completely cover it. To push back on the good chairman of committee number 2, cheatgrass is already growing, you guys. It's already on these burn spots. Not everyone in the state, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But mine, it is. I've got for sure 3 large cheatgrass-driven burns in my area that have already been an issue. We have an issue, and we need to address an issue. And so this is something that we need to be proactive on. If we go to look at some of the other states around us and what they have lost, we are teed up to lose the same if we're not careful. If we don't address the cheatgrass takeover of our dry lands, then we definitely are in trouble. As we've talked about habitat, as we've talked about mule deer, as we've talked about a lot of these things, cheatgrass is the foundation. If we can eliminate cheatgrass or put cheatgrass on the run, then we win. And so I would just ask that you guys would just support this. I believe this strikes a good balance where we're still offering protection for the invasives in the land. and at the same time offering loans for loss of property. And we can kind of address both sides and be an asset on both sides. So on and forward with that, I call for the question.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Lisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Repeat? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Singh, repeat. Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? McCann, excused to no? Are there any changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 23 aye, 38 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to accept second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 14, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. What this amendment does
Representative, we got some kind of a little
Oh,
confusion.
I'm sorry. I take that all back.
It's all good. You and Lloyd don't look terribly much alike, so
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Has it been moved?
No, it has not.
Rats.
If you could do that, that'd be handy as
Rats.
a saddle
Okay.
on a sow, sir. So if you would do that, that would be great.
All right, so we'll try then. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1. And folks, I know that you see that the next number of amendments are mine, and it's because they all relate to the Department of Health that I've been intimately involved with over the past 8 years, and just want to make sure that we understand. And I will try to be brief, and I apologize if I take too long, but I won't. This first amendment, that we're looking at right now, was not was in the agency's request. The governor did not approve it. I couldn't understand, and so the committee number 2 didn't consider it. But a number of years ago, the department reconstructed its technology systems for Wyoming Medicaid, and we call it WINGS. And The department implemented a modular approach where various system components are designed and procured separately, but all are integrated into comprehensive technology infrastructure. It was highly technical, and it was hard to have get the people on board to do it. They were always at 50% staff capacity. We've maintained those 5 individuals through this as AWAC positions. We need to maintain them to keep the system updated and moving forward as we need to. This bill simply converts the AWACs into full-time employees, and the beauty of it is, even with benefits and everything in there, it puts $50,000 back in the general fund. Yet it's less of a burden because of the Medicaid reimbursement. The federal funds will pay for most of the administrative. So this converts 5 AWACs into full-time employees and puts money back into the general fund. With that, I'd answer questions.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Any members for the first time? First time? Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bringer of the amendment, could you tell me where those positions are housed?
Any other members for their first time? Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I really appreciate the bringer helping the general fund out, but I would stress caution here. As we take on positions that are funded by our federal government, there is risk. There is risk that that funding could go away. And unless we want to end the program at that time, this could become a commitment that the state has to maintain. So neither on or against the amendment, just I want everybody to enter this decision with all the knowledge they can.
Any other members for their first time? First time? Seeing none, second time? Back to the bringer, Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And they were in the director's office, and he's moving them between the director's office now and healthcare financing, which is Medicaid. And folks, I would agree with the chairman. There's always risk of federal funds. These are Medicaid dollars. If those funds go away, I agree. There's going to be a lot of things that we don't fund. And because the state would not have the capacity to fund all that we now fund with the use of Medicaid dollars. So I think that these are technical and helping us keep this technology moving and updated. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill number 1. Reading clerk, or excuse me, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell, Elisa? Aye. Campbell, Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Davis? Aye. Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Haroldson, excuse to no? Larson, JT, aye to no? Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote? Vote closed. 23 aye, 38 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 15. Representative Larson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1. Folks, we talked a little bit about this on the committee of the whole assignment. What we've seen across the state is the decrease or the removal of maternity care, OB services in our state. Hospitals, for various reasons, can't afford the cost of OB services. The Department of Health looked on how they might try to intervene and mitigate some of those problems. And as they looked at that, they looked at the number of those births that are paid with Medicaid dollars and seen that they were reimbursing expenses to the hospitals and to the physicians at 70% of allowable rates. And so what they've elected to do here is adjust the rates to be, and when we look at allowable rates, we can use, there's Medicaid rates and there's Medicare. Medicare is a different animal, right? So that's me, the old guys, or Medicare, but they set kind of the ceiling on what CMS will pay. You can take your Medicaid rates up and even above allowable Medicare rates. And that's what the good director has proposed here, is let's try to infuse higher reimbursements to keep these OB services available in our hospitals in rural communities. So he's brought that up to 105% of the allowable Medicare rate. And so what that does is that would infuse that's an ask of $2.3 million, half federal funds, half state funds. Mr. Chairman, I'd take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, members. This is really important. So this was the #1 topic of our interim committee last year for our labor committee. The question before you is, should we increase Medicaid reimbursement rates? I understand that there's a feeling that we shouldn't do anything with Medicaid, but the consequence on the ground is that our hospitals are going to suffer because such a high percentage of our pregnancies are Medicaid reimbursed. If we don't do this, we are essentially putting our hospitals underwater, the ones with maternity wards and OB services. So, I think it's good to have that debate over whether Medicaid is the right process or not. And so maybe we should do that when we reevaluate all of Department of Health and how we fund healthcare in the state. But what I urge you to not do is continue to break the process that we have in place even further, which makes it really hard on our hospitals to make sure that they can provide the maternity services that we need in this state for people to raise families. So on in support of the amendment.
Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the body to resist this amendment and other amendments that address our medical care by expanding or doing more of the same of that portion of our medical care that is frankly underfunded and unsatisfactory because of that. And let's just talk about the OBGYN desert that we have right now? And in particular, why is it that doctors are leaving? Why are OBGYNs leaving the state? Is it because they're losing 5 cents on the dollar or maybe 10 cents on the dollar whenever they do a birth that's Medicaid, which is about 1/3 of their business? Or is it because in this state, their insurance, their malpractice insurance is magnitudes higher than it is in the states where we see these doctors moving to, because we have a 30-year statute of limitations. So a 30-year-old can sue their OBGYN. So let's look for the real cause here and not try to throw this little pittance of money towards it and think that that's going to solve the problem. This is not the problem, and I think that government health care is, folks, we can throw a lot of money at it, and it's not going to fix itself. Let's look for real solutions, and I think there's one out there, but this is not it. On and opposed to the amendment.
Representative Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. Folks, so about 35% of the babies in our state are Medicaid births. This body, a couple of years ago, passed those benefits for that first year life. This is a huge pro-life issue. And I think the pro-life thing for me, and I heard a representative on this floor say it's the babies that are born and unborn. And I think Wyoming is unique because we're not even a rural medicine. And there's some of you on this floor who are involved in healthcare, and we're like frontier. And we have this strange problem of we don't have enough business to really keep providers, but we have to have providers. And how do you do this? Well, you don't keep providers by underpaying them. It's one thing I think we've all agreed on. We pay people for the work they do and not try to shortchange it. And so I think every problem has a solution, I think. And I think problems won't solve themselves. That's why we're elected to come in here and debate and try to solve problems. We're not going to decrease the number of Medicaid births. It's not going to go to 10%. That's where we're at in this country. It's where we're at in this state. And I think part of this we pool together to take care of each other. And I know some of us think maybe charity can do all this. It's not going to. It's not going to. And I think we know about poverty rates and all those things. And I think this part is about paying our providers, doctors who we are such need of in this state, to come here and perform this so we can keep growing our little babies in this state. So on and forward to pay these people a little bit better. And that's what it's about. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Other members for their first time? Second time? Representative Yen for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, I maybe resent a little bit of using trigger words to say that we're doing things that we're not really doing with this. What this does is we're rebasing how the effect of inflation. So we're making sure that we actually pay our providers. And if we don't do this, we will see more doctors leave. We will see more centers close. So I get it. I get it. If you think this federal program is a bad program, I get it, but we are still under the obligation that we have this program set up that's between state and feds. And if we're not funding it, we are not fulfilling our obligation. If you think that there is another way to do it, to fix it, we should continue searching for that path. But until that happens, if we don't do this, we're going to be defunding our healthcare systems. So if that's what you want to do, by all means, but I want to know I want you to know what you are and are not voting for.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time? Second time, seeing none. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think one of the mistakes that I look back on that we've made in Wyoming is we have really a challenge with healthcare delivery is we've worried about taking a chance for fear that we might be wrong. And as a result, we do nothing and exacerbate the problem. And that problem in providing healthcare in our state is probably more difficult than it is in any other state because of the rural frontier nature of this. If we've got a better plan, let's come forward, a better idea, let's come forward with it. But why would we not allow, because we know that funding is a part of that, why would we not allow those who are hanging on and providing those services to get a higher rate of reimbursement now until we do come up with something? So I'd encourage an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Body, you are going to be voting on second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
15. 15.
Oh, 15? Oh, I'm jumped ahead. 15, excuse me. House Bill number 1, 15th Amendment.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown? Gary? No. Brown? Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? Aye. Campbell Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? No. Eklund? Erickson? No. Feiler? Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? No. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Aye. Lean? Locke? No. Lucas? McCann? No. Nicholas? Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Aye. Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 23 aye, 38 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration is House Bill number 1, amendment number 16. Representative Larson. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1. Folks, in our standard budget request last year when the Department of Health was in making that request, particularly in the community mental health providers budget and in our providers that provide services to our adolescents, out-of-home services, those services that are inpatient, outpatient. There was a rebasing going on that they hoped would be completed by the time they drafted their budget. That wasn't completed. It was brought forth after we got done with the budget this last year, and they're trying to get those rate adjustments for those providers put into the budget that they would have done last year had they had the information. So as you understand our structure, how we take care of those safety net services for mental health is now through our community mental health providers so that we don't have a number of state hospitals around the state. And then we have elected, we decided as a policy a number of years ago that when we have kids that have adolescents that have behavioral challenges or behaviors that can't be taken care of at home or within the school and have to be someplace rather than ship them out of state for long-term placement or temporary short-term placement, that we contract with providers in the state. We've done that. We go through a rebasing just like we do on K-12 and other things to make sure that there's adequate funding and not overfunding for that. This is getting that caught up that should have been in the budget last year for these, and it's an ask of 1.6 million, 50-50 on the funding, but that's what it's for, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? First time, Representative Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think I'm going to speak in favor of this and ask the question to the bringer. A lot of these are actually adjudicated to our homes in our communities from the state. And we've often talked about the state making sure that those facilities are paid so that they can stay open. So as they receive our kids from the courts, oftentimes they aren't. And this third-party rebasing happens, I don't know how often, if you could answer that, but it just caught short this year. And to me, this is what the supplemental budget is for, is this was to be in our general budget, but got caught over because of the rebasing study. And so we catch it up in supplemental. But if you could answer those questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and absolutely for. This is one of those that just happened to miss. And the critical importance of these facilities, one happens to be in the community and county that I serve. And it really does a tremendous amount of work for those kiddos that we want to keep them home. We want to give them a safe space and help them instead of shipping them out of state. So we have these facilities and we do get a lot of court-directed kids. And the good news is it provides a very stable, safe place for them to be, and it is cheaper than having them end up in a detention center or somewhere that the state has to foot that bill. So critically important service that they provide to our communities, and should have been, would have been included in the budget. Now is our opportunity to make right and do right by them.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for their first time? First time? Seeing none, second time? Back to the bringer, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the comments on adjudication because I had forgot about that, and it's a point well taken. I want to say every 3 years they do the rebasing, but I may be wrong on that. Let me just share with you, based on a November 2024 snapshot of 167 in residential care, those agencies providing services for these adolescents, 36% of those reported having attempted suicide, 80% reported suffering from some form of abuse, 49% of those they interviewed, 49% had personal history of substance abuse, and 47% having one or more parent in jail. So as you look at those facilities, you've got to have the type of facilities that can handle those types, to use some hardened meaning the construction being so that they're not easily damaged, and in the number of people, 1-on-1 or 1-to-4. So that's why they do the rebasing as often they do. So Mr. Chairman, with that, thank you.
Thank you. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellamand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown? Gary? No. Brown Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Williams? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 32 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration to House Bill number 1, Representative Larson, number 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1. Folks, in our public health nurses around the state, we have an option for those to be state employees or to be county employees. We have 4 counties that have elected to be independent, meaning that those public health nurses that we still fund are county employees with using our state funds. And so up in the corner of the state where the Tetons are, and down there where the water is sweet, that county, and the county that's number 1 in the world's heart, and here in our state, in the county here in this part of the state that we're in right now, when we give adjustments to our state employees, we fund the counties likewise, but they may not be commensurate with what their counterparts have done. So there's an inequity there. Last year we passed a bill that kind of corrected that, and this year in the supplemental budget was funding to correct that by there's $63,000 that would then go to make those 4 counties, 4 counties fund compensation to those public health nurses equitable with the rest of the state. Mr. Chairman, I take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Washut. Chairman Washut, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So how many nurses are we talking about total here?
Representative Smith, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a friendly reminder that the JAC's position was to go with the executive's recommendation. So, vote no.
Other representatives for your first time? First time? None? Second time? Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the chairman from Judiciary, I don't know the number of nurses. It's as allowed by statute in the other counties. It would be for those same in the independent counties. And I apologize that I don't know what that number means. So in your county, if that's 2 or 1 or what that is, but that brings them up equal to what the others are. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor, no, I can't do that. We're going to go to a roll call to our chief clerk, if you would, please. Thank you.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown, Gary? Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Campbell, Kevin? Campbell, Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd?
Aye.
Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Repeat. Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell, Kevin, excused to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 41 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 18 to House Bill number 1. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 for your favorable consideration. Folks, for this conversation, I'd like you to just picture cute little chubby baby cheeks and lift up our mood from the last couple hours or so. I know we've been slogging through amendments. Thank you, good desk mate. Folks, we've got an emergency. This is our emergency budget. Emergency is that our moms are not able to give birth in Wyoming. In many places of the state, they are having to travel. We have maternity deserts across the state of Wyoming. Many of you have seen in your districts hospitals closing maternity units in the last 10 years. People across Wyoming are having to drive sometimes 100+ miles for maternity care. And I would also ask, what's the consequence of that then? Those are high consequences, and that's what makes this an emergency. For mothers that don't have hospitals in their areas, they have to drive further for emergencies. They have to drive further away for appointments, further appointments for their babies. They lack prenatal care. They lack care for preterm babies. It increases the risk of infant and mother mortality. And oftentimes our roads are closed, which makes it even more difficult to try to find somewhere to go. So what does this amendment do? This amendment provides financial support to our community hospitals to keep the doors open in maternity centers that we have now, and hopefully expand services for moms and babies in your communities. Our committee that oversees labor had this as an interim topic, and we heard today that this issue is more complicated than we can just fix with a few dollars. And I don't disagree with that statement. This is a complicated issue. But when we ham our purse strings and our folks can't have anywhere to go, we need to start looking for things that we can do right now. And this is something that we can do right now. I've heard all session from folks on this floor that we want to protect women. Here's your opportunity. Vote aye.
Any members for their first time? Representative Posey for your first time. Have turned the microphone on, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go.
I'm in favor of this amendment as presented by the good representative there. I wanted to point out some statistics that some delivery units have been closing for over a decade. Our moms and families are forced to give birth outside of our communities. I know a constituent that actually scheduled to have his wife deliver in the state north of us just because they wanted to make sure that everything was done properly. 11 of our 23 counties lack a practicing OBGYN. Many of the counties have an OB. They may only have a single doctor. And once our city in the southwest corner closes their birthing facility, we will only have 17 statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thayer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, as we are in the desert, literally, my county, and we're in the middle of the state. Our OB department has been closed since April of '22. I agree there are bigger issues, but it is an emergency. We are so lucky that, well, let's take them down the road while the roads are closed. Let's fly them in a helicopter. Winds are too bad. Let's fly them in a helicopter. Winds are too bad. We are extremely lucky that we have not had any dangerous bursts since 2022, but I am on and for this amendment. We need to take care of this issue.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos for her first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and I'm looking at this, and the issue, and we've heard this over and over again, is malpractice insurance. The cost of malpractice insurance for one of these hospitals, it can be over $4 million. So that is the issue. This doesn't even scratch the issue, and anybody who is on Medicaid already is getting their birth paid for. So this is not going to help any until we address Medicaid rates, or sorry, their malpractice rates, and that's in talking with the hospital, $4 million. So this is not going to touch it. On and against.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So if we keep hearing about malpractice, let's say we want to fix that. Okay, let's fix it. But until then, what are we going to do to support our birthing centers, our hospitals, our OBGYNs, our obstetrics? This will at least get us to float us there, right? So we could actually have this in place. So when we feel like we've fixed the issue, they can keep, they don't need this, right? This is a one-time appropriation, so we can fix that issue, and then their problems will be solved in 2 years once they fix it. But at least this gives us a place to float them. And for those folks that were scared about the M word, here's a chance for you to support our hospitals without touching that program at all.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harshman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to talk about malpractice insurance for a little bit, it was brought up by a member of committee number 2. And well, it's been 20 years ago. We had actually a special session here and passed several bills dealing with medical malpractice. And, you know, the place was full here. Haven't seen a lobby like that ever. And so we passed several bills in that special session to deal with it. And I think, I guess I haven't heard that from a doctor in decades. I haven't heard about our malpractice insurance. So that's some new information. I'm looking forward to hearing that. But bottom line, you have to pay providers. They're going to go somewhere else. And it's hard. And so I just think, again, I think these things are truly pro-life. And we're going to have these babies born, and Lord knows we need babies born in this state. We're getting old too fast, and our birth rates are some of the lowest now. And so we got to do all we can to support this, I think. And you look at the way the money works, it's a smart investment. Any businessman would do it that way. And so appreciate the amendment. I appreciate all these amendments. I think they're important, and we're going to have to pay for services. They're not free. So with that, on and forth. Thank you.
Representative Chestick, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would ask the body, do you think underfunding our rural hospitals increases the risk of malpractice? Maybe if we fund them properly, the insurance rates would go down.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time? Second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you have children. Think about a risky pregnancy. Maybe something's going wrong. I think over a third of our population, the babies that are born in Wyoming, are done by cesarean. But think about your child being born, and you're riding in the car, but you got to ride 2 hours, or the road's closed. You want nothing more than the life-saving care that you need for that mother and for that baby. This is pro-life. This supports Wyoming women. This supports us having our babies in Wyoming and not sending them, shipping them people off to Colorado or, other states. We want our children to be born in our state. We want our young mothers and our young families to feel like they can have a family here. We don't want them to leave. Help me do that. Vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown? Gary? No. Brown Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? Aye. Campbell Kevin? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Erickson? Aye. Filer? No. Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? Aye. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Aye. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Reagan's excused. Rodriguez Williams? No. Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Strock? Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? No. Worf? No. Williams? Aye. Winter? No. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Aye. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell, Kevin, excused to? No. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 39 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, House Bill number 1, amendment number 19. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 1. folks, this is to deal with a shortfall that the legislature imposed upon our developmental preschools last year when we had funding bills coming through two different sources to those entities. We had the JAC that brought a funding model in, or brought funding in to make up from past ECAs in through the budget bill, which was 12 million. And then we had the Education Committee that had been working on an interim to fund, to raise the per child amount of those kids that are served in the developmental preschools from where it was up to 12,300 per child per year. The end result of that is we required the Department of Health to we give them 12,000, but they needed 16. So as our statutes, if the funding's not available, then the DD preschools got shorted. So just as a reminder, our developmental preschools are the resources, again, a policy decision made decades ago that that's where we take those children's ages 0 to 5 to get screenings for developmental delays and then to receive services. Speech therapy, occupational therapy, vision, hearing, a number of those that we have around 14 regions in the state that serve those kids, and so that we know that as they get those developmental delays, the earlier we get those addressed, the better they are when they enter into the K-12 model. Part of that whole effort then works in meeting our requirement through the IDEA Part B funding that we get in the overall K-12 model. So what this does, there was a request for $11 million that was required for the Department of Health to bring forth. That included an ECA and then the shortfall of the 4 million last year and another 4 million this year. This attempt is to bring us up, get us caught up with what we short funded on the $12,300 per child amount, and is an ask because it is an emergency. I think you've all have heard from those preschools in your area that these funds really are needed because of the costs that they have. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy this would bring $4 million into that system from the general fund, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Filer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in support of this, and not just for the simple reason of helping a preschool that helps children with developmental disabilities. It's coming from a father who actually lived this. My youngest daughter, about 1 year old, we realized that development wasn't the same as the rest of our children. So we got all these assessments done and all these different things, and we took her to one of these developmental preschools who did a wonderful job. And now we got to remember that was years ago. This body back then was very supportive of those developmental preschools. But since then, we've seen a lot of cuts and more cuts. And now I have one constituent that hits me up about every other day on this issue, wondering why their child services in one of these schools right now are being cut more and more and further every single year, and this child's not getting those services that they need. These services, folks, if they are done correctly and they're funded correctly and they have the right teachers, can actually help these children have a way better quality of life later on in life and use actual less services that the state's going to have to pay for in the long run. This is a very small investment to save a lot more money later on. And this is just not me speaking talking points. This is me living this. I live this every day of my life. So on in support of this. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Representative Filer. Representative Jarvis, for your first time.
On and for this amendment, and just to build on what the previous representative said, I can't speak enough on there is a reason that early childhood services are in existence, because it really, like, when you look at the neurological development of children, there's these windows of opportunity where children just take in information so much faster. And then you add kids who have disabilities or certain needs. What this program does is absolutely incredible for getting these kids ready to be successful in not only school, but in life in general. And it provides these services at a really, really crucial time that, like was said before, if done correctly, changes the trajectory and the outcome of these children's lives.
Other members, Representative Campbell for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's additional information I would add to this in terms of our child development centers across Wyoming. Serve, essential services that can't be found anywhere else in terms of these kiddos. The emergency part of this was funding that was approved, policy decision made, especially I think it was Senate File 19 that passed, that we would fully fund, and was presented in the 2024. Why JAC has pulled that funding, I'm not entirely sure, because it was granted. Here's the emergency status of this with our CDC centers. Those of you in Fremont County, that one's going to close in the next year. Those of you in Albany County, right here, it's going to close within the next year. Also in Teton County, will close in the next year. That's why this is so important, because we will see at least three of these centers close in the next year without this funding.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We asked that question, are they at a point where they would close? And the answer was no. They did not give that to us whenever we asked as a committee. The study did come through Senate File 19, that's very true, and it will be something that will have to be funded as it moves forward, but we believe that it was denied by the chief executive, and I think that we should continue to walk down that road.
Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the body, this is a supplemental budget. This is not the budget that was passed last March. So any spending here that is ongoing is going to be doubled. So this $4 million expenditure will be in the next budget at $8 million. So I just want to remind the body of that.
Representative Posey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of the amendment, as the good representative a couple speakers ago talked about the services that are provided through being a young kid. I too myself have my youngest has had these services rendered to him when he was younger, and it really changed the outcome of how his interaction and everything worked. So I am in favor of this amendment, and I ask that you consider voting yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Byron, Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, folks, my son goes to a preschool where they offer these services, and every day I walk in there, I look at those teachers and the director, and they are terrified about not being able to provide these services to each part of our state. I appreciate the good comments of the chairman of committee number 2 and the concerns he has. This was already in a budget previously. It went out of the budget, but this is critical for our most critical sector of children right now that need this and expect this from the people of Wyoming. Please vote aye.
Any other representatives? Representative Clauston, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is the first time I've spoke all day. This is the one thing I've really been passionate about so far today. We've had a lot of good things go down, but we studied this program in the interim and we knew we underfunded it. This is an area that we're lacking, I think, in some of our responsibilities. Money spent here is well spent. This helps prevent future problems, improves kids' lives, and improves our society. So on and for, thank you.
Other representatives for their first time. Anyone else? Anyone else? Representative Lean for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A first for a second.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Tarver for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think I'm going to be an aye for this. And the reason for it is I think we either pay a little bit now or a lot later. So these young kids, they don't really have the structure that I guess that I had and a lot of my friends had. They really need this help, and it's a crucial time for them. And I really feel this is a cause worthy.
Thank you, Representative. Others for their first time. Representative Wiley for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't want to run and embarrass myself. I've at home, I've talked with these folks. I've toured some of the operations that they have. I've seen the local impact that it has on the ground, and it's substantial. And they're also, as we're hearing, they are afraid of funding as well. They're stretched. They're trying to do with what they have. But last time we met, and we worked on that funding, we didn't give it to them all. We did that to save some money and kick the can. Let's finish filling the can.
Other members for their first time. First time? Seeing none. Second time? Second opportunity to speak. Representative Filer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just kind of a pushback on some of the comments we heard that, a lot of these developmental preschools were saying they weren't going to close. We're right, they won't close. They'll just keep cutting services down to the point where they do close. So I think that's why this amendment is very important. Let's not keep making them cut down. I know there's one here in my community alone. They used to offer some type of bus services and transportation because a lot of the folks that do use these services do not have the funding or the means and their families to be able to provide this for their child. But now they actually cut that down to where they're not even going to be running their buses anymore. So to say that they're not going to close, probably not. They're probably not going to close right away. But they're just going to keep cutting down to the services to where they don't offer anything. So on and forth. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, or Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Filer. Any other members for their second time? Second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Larson. Lloyd. Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, we're done. Yep. Go ahead. Unless it's all right if she speaks, Representative Larson. You want to give that chance? Representative Lean, please. She had it first. So you can take your second if you'd like, Representative Lean.
I
Please.
just have a question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
fine.
I just have a question about the logistics of how the CDC works. Having not had children there, do parents have to pay anything? Is there any give take, like the parents say 50% and then the state picks up the rest? Just a clerical question.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The services are provided to all children free of cost. And so if you've got a child that's coming in so remember the 2x2, the screening that you get, that you want your children to have, 2 of them before they're 2 years of old, to identify perhaps hearing, motor skills, refine motor skills, those developmental delays that they should have to get those done. If those are identified, those screenings cost nothing. And then the services, once you get in there, But if you start getting into the preschool services, then there's fees that the parents have to charge, or that the parents have to pay, depending on the preschool, because they all have different sources of revenue besides the state. Counties contribute to them, they do private fundraising. There's a lot of resources, but this is a big part of the funding model for each of those. Now, it's also important to remember that we're talking $4 million here. What they're short is 11. Okay? So as we gasp at 4 a little bit, one of the things that we've set aside is the ECA. That has to come every year. We're not required to fund the ECA, but the ECA doesn't go away. That's why we brought in the 12 million last year. And we don't fully take care of the 8 million. We think that the 4 is a good place to go. It will biennialize, of course. That's what it should do. Now, why so much? Because the staff at the CDCs, when they're identifying developmental delays, you've got to have occupational therapists, speech therapists, people that understand hearing. You've got to have those resources. And those professionals are in competition with other entities in your community, mainly your school districts. And so that's why when the school district gets an ECA, that the department that oversees these, which is health, makes a request so that they can keep them on level and be able to get the same level of staff, professional staffing, that it needs to do this. I would be surprised if, I've heard from a lot of them. I would only assume that you have too. And I really agree with the good representative from up in coal country that come up here and talked. These kids, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where they're born. If they're born into a home of luxury and substance, or if they're poor, doesn't determine if they have a speech impediment or a hearing issue or a motor skill delay. We want them all to be able to receive those services, to get those delays identified and rectified. That's continue to fund them, provide the services that they need. Please vote yes.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? Aye. Campbell Kevin? Aye. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Repeat. Aye. Erickson? Aye. Filer? Aye. Geringer? Aye. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? Aye. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? Aye. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Aye. Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? No. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? No. Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Aye. Strock? No. Stivar? Aye. Tarver? Aye. Thayer? Aye. Washut? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. Webb? No. Weber? No. Worf? No. Williams? Aye. Winter? Aye. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Aye. Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Davis? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 33 aye, 28 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 20 to House Bill number 1. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1. Folks, this is still in the Department of Health, and this is, you'll recall, in the Committee of the Whole, there was a conversation about the number of positions they cut out of this agency. And the question was asked as to why. It reminded me of a 56 Chevrolet I bought when I was 16, and the left turn signal didn't work, so I went in and started cutting a bunch of wires. I had the best of intentions, but didn't understand the consequences, and it took me a year to get that figured out. And what we heard on these positions is that the governor, last year we had passed in the budget, I can't remember, as a budget or a bill, that the governor had to cut a certain number of positions out of state government. He vetoed that. And so this was to come back and said, well, we're going to override that veto and we'll cut them for you. Noble in that, and we asked in the Committee of the Whole if they had talked to the agency, and it was confirmed that they had not, and maybe they cut some wires that they shouldn't have. As we noted the other day, some of these positions, like some of the nurses up, the head nurses, or the up where we provide services for in the Bighorn Basin, and up in where we provide services to our veterans, that some of those upper level nurses positions are really hard to get and to fill, and those are often opened many months. When we look at psychologists, some of those are open for number of years, and that's largely because of what we're willing to pay versus what they can get in other states and around. So they're actively recruiting, they're trying to get those positions in. So if we defund the positions, then all of that stops. But there's a second component of that, cutting that wire, that maybe they didn't realize, and that comes to this flex authority that they taught us about, where if I can't hire this Series 100 guy, this nurse or psychologist at the state hospital, I can take those funds and hire a contractor, a contract service. Contract nurses we heard a lot about. We heard about a lot of these contract services, and so we're taking that Series 900, bringing it down to pay for the Series 900. These are safety net facilities: the state hospital, the Life Resource Center, the Pioneer Home, the retirement home, the skilled nursing facility, and domiciliary for the veterans. So we don't have an option of saying, well, too bad, we just won't provide those services to this population that we have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that agency has to go out and find contract, which is much more expensive. You'd rather not, but until you can find the Series 100, you've got to pay the 900, and you have to do it with those vacant positions. Now, when you find somebody that fits in the 100, you can take that 900 person off the roll, convert that money back up to the 100 and pay for them. So I get that we're trying to get back to the chief executive for not making for video on that thing, but I think cutting these positions in that agency leads to some complication in allowing them to operate those 5 facilities as safety net facilities as we've assigned them to do. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 388. 388, that's how many vacant positions this agency has. 388. And you can see in this amendment that your JAC cut 14. Maybe the bringer of the amendment could bring another amendment that finds 14 others out of that 388, if he should find it that important that these 14 positions stay in. But I would say that we diligently looked at these positions because they've been vacant on average for 48 months. 48 months. And the comment is that they are diligently looking to fill these positions. 48 months, 388. On and against the amendment.
Any others for their first comment? First time? First time? Seeing none, second time? Back to the bringer, Representative Larson.
Deal. Let's vote for this. I'll bring back a third reading amendment after I've worked with the director for that agency for a like number of positions. But I think the key there is letting the agency have a say in what those positions are, rather than the method that was used in this instance without asking them. So vote aye. I'll be back with the third reading amendment.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon? No. Byron? Aye. Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? No. Connolly? No. Davis? No. Eklund? Aye. Erickson? No. Filer? No. Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Riggins? Excused. Rodriguez-Williams? No. Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Aye. Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? No. Worf? No. Williams? No. Winter? No. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Mr. Speaker, no. Are there any changes? Sherwood? Any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 15 aye, 46 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, second amendment number 20 to House Bill number 1 has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 21 to House Bill number 1. Representative Weber, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable vote. What this amendment does, or I guess what it does not do, it does not remove or alter any of the funding of 504996. It only asks the department to be accountable and transparent and come back in and ask in the budget session if they need that amount or whatever amount they need. Thank you.
Any members for their first time? Representative Harrow, no. Representative Wiley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the bringer. Aren't these for emergency services? And then doesn't this also advocate for the, because we've been working on this for a while, doesn't this also advocate for the elderly that have been found to be abused or neglected or taken advantage of?
Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the bringer of this amendment. We've talked at length, at nauseum, about what we want this budget to be for. And by bringing this amendment, this is changing it so that we're just going to look at this for 12 months. And then we're going to relook at it when we go into the budget. So on and for this amendment, I think it's very wise.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lloyd, first time.
I think the amendment and the explanation shows a lack of understanding of the budgeting process. When we say that it will be put into the next year's standard budget, that's the job of that committee, then to review all of that and determine if you're going to allow it to move forward or not. So I'm a little confused that it doesn't automatically fund it. We review all of those things in every budget every 2 years.
Representative Brown, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. I'm trying to wrap my brain around this particular amendment. I believe we have heard over and over and over that this is for emergency. So is this an emergency that we need to take a look and worry about not taking care of the people that the good representative out of the county where the water is sweet, that this needs to be taken care of in this budget right here, right now? And if that's the case, why wasn't this brought forward from the Appropriations Committee instead of out here on the floor?
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So, I mean, this seems to be a kind of a weird version of a pay for. So it's essentially taking $500,000 from DFS other services and just saying spend it on this instead. So I guess the question is, what is DFS going to have to reduce? Are we telling them what they're going to have to reduce, or we're just saying, you guys do it, figure out what you can cut out, and then give me the money for this particular thing?
Any other representatives first time? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. This doesn't take any money away. What it does is take something off of automatic. One of the issues that myself and as well the rest of the committee has is that far too much of our budget is just on autopilot. And we feel that we need to have a little bit better control about what's going on, that all of these things that are out there just automatically extending, that we have an opportunity to go back and take a look and reevaluate from year to year to year.
Any other members for the first time? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just clarification, one way or the other, for the amendment. What are the safety net services that would be provided here?
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just suggest that if our appropriators can't take a look at programs on a year after year basis currently, then we have problems. So just wanted to raise that point.
Representative Clouston for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the bringer. Just the amount is exact. I'm just wondering how you came up with that amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Clouston. Any other members for their first time? First time? Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I imagine maybe this has been asked, and I didn't hear it because I was trying to wrap my brain around it. My understanding as I read this is the 504,996, that exact amount, is currently in the budget for the Department of Family Services for these adult protective services, safety net services, and the intent of this amendment is to pull it out of the budget. So it is no longer there. If that could be clarified, because that's how I read it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for their first time? First time? Okay, moving to second time. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
So the number is exact. It's what the agency requested to be put into the supplemental budget, and that number is a result of the work that we've done in the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force. For the last number of decades, when you looked at the responsibility of the agency that oversees adult protective services, their annual budget is $80,000. So that $80,000 is supposed to go across the state to help provide services to people who are impacted by elder abuse or abandonment, or maybe their personal life is such that they've been identified as needing some help and maybe needing a guardianship or some legal advice, and no family members. Remembering that these folks still have rights and that we have to protect those rights. And what we found out over the course of those 2 years of studying this is we hadn't adopted a policy as to what type of services should be provided to anybody in the state, whether it be in that town that's halfway between the city that has rocks and where the dale that has pines in it. You should be able to be safe, temporarily secure, make sure that your health is stable, even though that'll be temporary, but to make sure that you're protected. And then we go from there. So this, as we looked at all services across all agencies that provide services to the citizens, and then by age, because an adult, a vulnerable adult, can be someone who's 21 or 19, I guess I should say. Can be 19, might have developmentally capacity issues or things of that nature, and can be taken advantage of. And so we had a huge gap in the services or the safety net services to provide protections and safety to our vulnerable adults. This amount was requested to ensure that the agency and adult protective services could make sure that their staff could help ensure that these people, your elderly in your community, would be attached to resources, whether that be at a senior citizen center or to family or to guardianship advice, and we couldn't do it on 80 grand a year. And so this amount comes, we recommended, that was adopted by this committee and suggested, and then it was recommended that it be forthgoing and be included in the standard budget as they look at that. Now, if there's a question on how well that looks, committee number 2, just make a note. And when that comes up next year, ask them, how's this working? We see it's in your budget now. Do we want to keep it there, or do we need to adjust it, or do we hate its guts and liver? But the agency's trying to plan, and they're trying to plan well ahead of time. And so that's what the budget did, and this is just making it more complicated. I'd vote no.
Any other members for their second time? Representative Wiley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little bit of heartburn for the member of number 2 committee. The comment about running on autopilot. One, we work these issues through committees. And then if we find information in the committee that we believe needs to come to the floor, we create a bill. 2, that's why we have the number 2 committee and we appropriate every year. I made a promise to the older folks in my district that I'd look out for them when I hit the doors. I don't know about you guys. On and against.
Any other members? Representative Yin, first time, or excuse me, second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I mean, I think the clarification from the former appropriator was really helpful. So it's not a pay for, but what it is saying that come back next year, they have to make an exception request because it can't be in the standard budget. So it can't be a standard recommendation. It has to be something they ask for again. I don't know why we would need to put this in the supplemental. It really doesn't make any sense to me. It does sound like it just makes the appropriation process more complicated next year.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pendergraft, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate the concept. Something being on autopilot means that it might be there for year after year after year after year. So 10, 12 years down the road, there's still automatic appropriation that's just part of the basic ask for each budget. By taking it off of what I'm calling an autopilot, we're asking the agency to reevaluate where they're at, what they need, and what they need for what, and not just to assume that a certain amount is going to be there. It makes each budget ask more accurate, more precise, and a little bit more fine-tuned. We don't want to just do it because that's what we've always done, and a sense of entitlement, I guess, comes into play. We want each agency to become as efficient as possible, to go back and evaluate each time where they are and what they need.
Any other members for their second time? Back to the bringer, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, body, for all of the great discussion. Again, I urge a favorable vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment has not been adopted. Division having been called, all those in favor, please stand. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. You may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted. 27 to 28. Next amendment for our consideration, House second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill number 1. Representative Brown, Gary, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 22 and House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. I have long held the opinion that government should not be in the business of broadcasting. If we put out a good product, the free market will support that product. However, if someone wants to put out the kind of programming that's on PBS and they want to do that with private donations, in my opinion, that's the way to go. But again, the taxpayer should not be on the hook for this kind of broadcasting. I ask for your aye vote on amendment number 22.
Any member for the first time? First time, Representative Larson, Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what this does is goes into the endowment trust set up for public television, and which is part of their revenue generating process, where they are allowed to use those funds generated on investment returns. Remember last year we brought that up to $5 million where it can be in part of Pool A. And we allow that to help offset the costs of operation and expenses of their budget. This bill takes away their ability to use those investment earnings. I'd vote no.
Other members for the first time, Representative Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the legislature set up this trust, it's probably been 10 years ago, maybe it was 8 years ago. Part of the condition was that it would be matched by private dollars. So there's been a significant generosity of Wyoming citizens to help build this trust. And the whole idea that we've done with this thing, similar to our permanent trust and others, is to make sure we can move these things out of the general fund. It's located kind of in cooperation with one of our community colleges. And I'll just say it's probably the only TV, really, I won't say the only, but it's probably the best TV if you got kids, little kids, actually watch TV, that you're not getting bombarded with some stuff. And so it's real Wyoming people doing real Wyoming stories. And that's the beauty of, I think, of that. And it has a really special niche and in our state and a great history. And so for us to go in and grab that earnings that come from a trust fund, where much of the trust fund was donated by our citizens, I think is not the right approach. So please vote no. Thank you.
Representative Provenza, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that these folks do is they record our meetings. If you've had an interim, this PBS is there to help make sure that folks can see it. When we had our opening ceremony, they were there. I guess if you don't like transparency, then we should attack this organization. But if you want the people back at home to know what you're doing, which you probably should, if you're proud of what you're doing, then I would resist this amendment.
Representative Angelos, first time.
I'm going to actually be against this amendment. I think the good speaker previously just did touch on, this is messy because you have mixed private funds in with this, people who have donated, and this is removing their interest from their endowment. So I'm going to be against this. I was actually for this on the committee, but I don't think taking our private funds is going to fix it. So it gets very messy, and I don't know if you want to go home and tell your constituents that. So on and against.
Representative Connolly, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm against this amendment. I think Wyoming PBS does a good service for the state of Wyoming. They have a lot of programming that I don't know if I can talk about it, but there's ag, there's historical information, There's programs out there that just about anybody can watch, and they do have the ability, if a person's concerned about some kind of wokeness on Wyoming PBS, I know there's a lot of times a program that maybe came from the national level has been blocked so that Wyoming PBS doesn't run it. And I just can't support this on account of the way the endowment and the private works either. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, so ladies and gentlemen, $1.5 million of this trust fund, of this endowment account, is all from private dollars. And so essentially, the impact of this is taking the interest earned on private dollars, private citizens donating to this TV folks, and putting it in our general fund for our expenditure.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrelson, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things, just to kind of use this as a learning experience, whenever I say B11s, so our chief executive has the ability to spend money or expend money. And when that happens outside of what is normally in budget, he has the ability to move money around. We get a B11, it's the BII form. And so what they're trying to do, the chief executive they're bringing items saying, hey, if we don't put these into budget, we'll have to B11 them later. Now, we have the ability to do that, but this is just cleaning up the budget and giving you as the legislature say over the B11 process more. So we have to do less B11s because ultimately that's their goal is not to do that, and they would rather not do that. So this $390,000, if this would have been a B11, they just brought it into the budget so that we could bring this. Ultimately, there's a lot of private funds that we're talking here. This is not, as we heard, this would be taking private funds and putting them into the general fund. This is interesting. It's an interesting approach on how to do that. But ultimately, taking from that trust that's privately funded to support this, taking that away from them, probably I do not think is the right approach to move forward with.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Don't want to miss anyone. First time, second time. Seeing none, Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is not taking out the $7 million. This is taking out $390,000, putting back in the general fund. I ask for an aye vote on this.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill number, oh, I'm sorry. What? You were late. I'm sorry, and folks, if I didn't notice him, and if he was there, it's my fault. Representative Nicholas, please, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just a few further facts, folks. 90% of the funding for 20 staff members comes from this endowment. So this is the operational funds for the employees that they're good folks in Fremont County who operate this. This endowment was created in 2015, and that's where that's where the fund's been coming from. And we put a large chunk of it from this body in about 2 years ago to help bring that fund up. Actually, it was created in 2008, I'm sorry. But these are the funds, they're operational funds. So taking these away means they're going to have to let employees go because this is how they operate. And this group is not related to the public national television. It just isn't. It runs on its own dollars. It runs its own shows. And if you've seen what they produce, it's all conservative Wyoming values and Wyoming stories. It's a wonderful program for Wyoming. So on and against.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, members, again, you are voting on second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Yes. Allemand? Aye. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Filer. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Provenza, aye. To no. Campbell, Kevin. Excused. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 10 aye, 51 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill number 1. Okay, just for a quick update, ladies and gentlemen, at this speed, not saying you don't want to do it, but right now, if we stay on this pace, we will be out of, well, we'll finish this up at 10 o'clock. And so we should be good, I think. Oh, that was the old one. We're always way past 10 o'clock now. I've had two other representatives remind me of that. The first one you had a chance at 9:36. Two other representatives done the math, and we're now at 10 o'clock. So anyway, moving on. Let's see. Representative Williams, he's at the lectern. What do you got for us?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill number 1. This amendment seeks to restore $5+ million of mineral royalty grant funding to the supplemental budget. That was in our chief executive's recommendation. In your inbox is a short note that reminds us that the MRG program is an important funding resource for our counties, cities, towns, and special districts. This program assists in the funding of water, sewer, and street infrastructure, repair and replace, helps with matching funds for purchases of emergency and first response vehicles, as well as planning for critical needs like flood protection in communities and matching funds for other loan programs offered through the state. I'd like to share with you just a short list of the emergency projects in our communities that were funded by mineral royalty grants in the past year. Fire apparatus, sewer and water, public works, replacement of 1974 wildland 1.5-ton fire truck, fire hydrant, storm water, water treatment, water towers, police vehicles, flood protection, water and sewer, emergency operations, road rehab and reconstruction, lagoon projects, ambulance, sewer cleaner, vac truck, street sweepers, water improvement projects, water main, failed 16-inch water main, backup generators, water storage tank, septic replacement, storm sewers. Many pages in my hand. I would just like to remind you that MRG funds are a direct investment in your communities and mine. I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Haroldson for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, I believe that as we look across the board, we've got a 1950s to 1960s system in this state that we're going to continue to see problems. And last year, I stood at this very mic saying, hey, I got a water tower failing. And I did it with passion and I did it with fervor. And we got, ultimately, I got to watch that old water tower after it was fully drained get demoed. Luckily, it did not wash away our Black Mountain section of our community. But MRG funds help fund part of that, among other funds. And so I think that this is it. There is absolutely no need for MRG funds until something goes wrong, until something gives out, until something fails, and then you're going to be very grateful for it. So I think this is one area where it wouldn't hurt to make sure we're fully funded, and we'll have to put money in here year after year after year as we continue to upgrade across our communities the old infrastructure that we all have under the ground and in the air and around us. So on and for this.
Thank you, Representative Haroldson. Representative Thayer for your first
Thank
time.
you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. You know, again, this MRG funds go to our smaller communities and our mid-sized communities. As a lot of people know, we are still in the wood. We still have wood stove pipe that's coming into our gravity-fed community, and this has been a godsend. And so on and for this quality of life, recruitment, and keeping business retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $47 million, 47. That's what your prior JAC was asked to give the executive for this account. They denied that and gave the executive 27 million. So the executive brought his request in the supplemental for exactly what he was denied by the previous JAC. Your JAC in front of you now agreed with the governor partially, 15 million. We withheld 5 million. This amendment returns that 5 million to the executive and restores exactly what the prior JAC denied. So what we're at right now with the bill as it sits before this amendment is putting into this account $42 million. Again, the executive asked for 47 for the biennium. With your JAC's agreement with the executive, we're at 42 million. So I ask you to resist this amendment. Let's show some constraint and let this 15 million that we have approved get us through the next 12 months. On and against the amendment.
Any other members for the first time? Representative Geringer was there first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would dare say that there are a whole bunch of communities in this state that have taken advantage of MRG money, and it's not just small and mid-size, it's the larger communities as well. In my prior life in the public sector, we definitely had opportunity to go after and obtain MRG funds, and as the good speaker, the good representative from the land of the wheat mentioned, it's you don't need it until you need it, and there's a lot of need out there. I'm on and for the amendment.
Representative Storr for her first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for, just a reminder that this body has passed a number of bills and a number additionally to consider that are really asking our communities to tighten their belts. We are going to restrict revenues one way or the other, most likely, before the end of this session to our counties to our cities, to our special districts. And as a result, those entities will probably be cutting corners because we know that getting maintenance done is something that often will fall off the list of to-dos when there just isn't funds available. So this is where the MRG funds really come in. And as a result, I do think continuing to fund this at this level makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for their first time? First time? Seeing none, second time? Okay, back to the sponsor. Representative Williams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for all the discussion. And it seems like a lot of money. We just heard about how much money is in this account, but just for instance, the one water tower that we heard referenced in former debate, that request to the MRG program was $7.5 million for that project alone. And when we have emergencies like that, this money doesn't last very long. I would just like to remind the body that MRG funds are a tool that small communities rely on in times of emergency. I encourage an aye vote.
Representatives, you are voting on second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill number 1. All those in, wait patiently, and the chief clerk will call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? Bratton? Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell, Elisa? Aye. Campbell, Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Aye. Erickson? Aye. Filer? Aye. Geringer? Aye. Guggenmoss? No. Haraldson? Aye. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Aye. Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Aye. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? No. Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? Storr? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Smith? No. Storr? Aye. Strock? Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Aye. Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? No. Worf? No. Williams? Aye. Winter? Aye. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Aye. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 32 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill number 1. Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment reinserts the governor's recommendation of $488,000 for employee compensation market adjustments for Wyoming tourism employees. The funding for these adjustments comes from the Wyoming Tourism Board Office of Tourism's budget that is generated from our statewide lodging tax. In 2024, it might be noted, Teton County contributed just over half of the funds that are distributed to Wyoming Tourism's accounts for programs all over the state, just over 16 million. So why is this in the supplemental budget? It's really just a timing issue. Other state employees saw that their compensation adjusted in the previous budget as part of our overall compensation plan that is critical to efficiently running state agencies and maintaining our work staff. However, Wyoming tourism employees include marketing and industry development specialties. It was decided that it needed an audit of their position classifications through A&I's Human Resource Division, and that took time, thus missing the deadline for last year's budget. The audit identified that a quarter of Wyoming tourism employees were compensated below entry level for their positions. These funds will move Wyoming tourism employees' compensation comparable to mid-market salary levels. Any business owner knows that maintaining good employees is less expensive than training new ones. These are talented employees who have been waiting patiently to see their salaries adjusted. I ask for your support and stand for any questions.
Representative Byron, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I urge an aye vote on this $250 million in tax revenue, 30,000 jobs in our state. That's what an aye vote on this supports. Every one of our communities has this. Many are asking for more. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage everyone to vote aye as well. This agency is a very important part to our state, supporting our #2 industry statewide. And I feel that to continue to be fair to our employees across the state, we should pass this amendment so that way they get the appropriate compensation increase along with all the other employees who got it in the budget that we passed last year. So I encourage an aye vote, and thank you so much.
Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel a little badly now because it was just covered. I would absolutely vote aye on this and encourage you to do so because it does bring up the rest of our state employees to the levels that were already granted last year. So we need to complete the cycle and do right by the rest of our state employees, and this amendment will help us do that.
Any other members for their first time? First time, Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bringer, aren't these wages set from the Department of AI, or the department that sets wages?
Any other members for their first time? Anyone? No one? Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I guess what I should do is, are there any members that would like their second time before I go to the bringer? Because that gets really sticky. Okay, Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question again, there was an audit that was done by A&I to look at what the right compensation was because it wasn't clear because it didn't fit with the rest of employees in the state because of these specialties in terms of dealing with marketing and industry development. So the audit was done by A&I, and this is the recommendation that came about. So I was going to wax eloquently about what it means to visit Wyoming as from someplace else. I'm going to, for the interest of time and your consideration, I will skip all that and just ask you to support this amendment. Thanks so much.
Representatives, you are being asked to vote on second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Filer. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Repeat. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storr. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 19 aye, 42 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to accept second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, 25, Representative Chestick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And this is a corrected copy, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure that you're refreshing your computers so that we're all on the same page together. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill number 1. This deals with the Organization 67. A little bit of background on what this is about. The organization, which supervises intercollegiate athletics, has been involved over the last few years in a lawsuit by former and current student athletes over name, image, and likeness disputes. That organization is in the process of settling that lawsuit. I think the settlement is not quite final, or it's very close to final. The estimate from the conference in which our great university participates has estimated that the settlement is going to cost our great university approximately $500,000 per year, or up to the next 10 years. So a significant amount of money that is going to be denied to our university for athletics. Another effect of this lawsuit is that the number of scholarships to become available to student athletes is going to increase, which means that if any university that wants to remain competitive in many sports needs to increase the number of scholarships and increase the size of the scholarships. So the university, our great university, requested $3 million for scholarships for students to help make up for the loss of revenue, but also to increase available scholarships for student athletes. The chief executive reduced that request to $1.5 million, and the appropriations committee reduced it to 0. So we are asking to return the appropriation back to what the university requested so it can remain competitive. We've added the condition that these scholarships should be awarded for women's athletic scholarships. So we've heard a lot of talk in this session about protecting women and women in sports. And for that reason, we would like to propose in this amendment to restore $3 million for women's athletic scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? First time? Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask you to push back against this amendment. I want to put things in a little bit of perspective. The state gives a substantial amount of money to this university. the amount of money that they are going to be lacking coming from the NCAA, because the NCAA is pulling back their funding in order to fight the lawsuit, amounts to about 2/10. About 2/10 of 1% of the funding that the state gives to University of Wyoming. It is a tiny drop in the bucket. Now, look at your own pocketbook. Look at what inflation, look at any of the other expenses have gone up, property taxes, look what they've done to your pocketbook. As soon as you realize that you have a little bit of shortfall in what your budget has been, you can't just turn around and ask a body like this to make up the difference, even if it's just a tiny bit. At some point, we've got to stop supporting everybody. We've got to have these agencies take a look at their budgets. You got to have them tighten the belts a little bit. For heaven's sake, every taxpayer in Wyoming has tightened his belt tremendously. The least we can do is ask the University of Wyoming to tighten its belt 2/10 of 1%.
Representative Byron, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2/10 of 1% was mentioned. I was at the JAC meeting when this was presented, and I found testimony from our great university and the folks from there to be quite compelling. We're just shifting buckets. That's not the case. This is a lawsuit that was decided, and a court rule came down and will affect the department to which this amendment proposes some help to. So folks, it's not about 2/10 here and 1/10 here and this and that. This is specific requests as a result of a lawsuit that every other university also has to pay. I think it's a good amendment, and I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Provenza, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The money taken away from athletics won't come from our football team, thank goodness, but it's probably going to come from our Cowgirls. And go Cowgirls, vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Eklund, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I guess a question I'd ask, I know that at our university, men's scholarships are probably, there's just a whole lot more of them than there are women's. Would you have any ideas how much we spend on the scholarship program for men versus women? I'd love to know what that statistic is before I vote on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a woman, I feel like I could speak on this, right? So on and against, and I'm going to tell you that the lawsuit that they are facing from the 4 letters is they're not even going to settle for like 3 years. So this is not imminent. The other thing is the university makes about, they're $225 million a year in their block grant. And I feel like if they want to put more scholarships towards females, would love that. We can adjust where they can take some from the guys, right? I mean, if we're gonna put an emphasis on women's sports, then let's put an emphasis. And I think they have the full ability to do that within their block grant. They are funded heavily. And again, we're not gonna see this lawsuit for a couple years. That was in testimony that we heard, so.
Any other? Representative Baer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little bit of information for the body. We have routinely put in our biennial budget, and it's in this biennial budget currently, $10 million in matching funds that go towards programs for sports. So we already have 10 million in there. It requires a 1-to-1 match to obtain it, but there's a lot of opportunity there. So if anybody in this body would like to help women's sports, I think you can send your money to the university, to that matching funds, and your money will be doubled. And you could probably specify that it go for women's sports. On and against the amendment.
Other members for their first time? First time, second time. On the amendment. Second time, no takers. Back to the amendment bringer, Representative Chestic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question from the good representative from this county, I don't have exact numbers about the relative dollars between men's and women's scholarships. I do know that the university has prioritized women's scholarships to try and, there is an imbalance for sure, and the university is trying to equalize that. So prioritizing this for women's athletics is a step towards more equality between men's and women's scholarships. With that, I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? No. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? No. Connolly? No. Davis? No. Eklund? Erickson? No. Filer? Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? No. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? No. Larson JT? No. Lawley? Repeat? No. Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? No. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? No. Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? No. Schmid? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Aye. Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? No. Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? Worf? No. Williams? No. Winter? No. Wiley? No. Yin? Mr. Speaker? No. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 11 aye, 50 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 26, Representative Posey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw the amendment 26 to House Bill 1. Thank you.
Without objection, amendment number 26 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 27, Larson, Lloyd. Did we lose him? I saw him. Number 27, Larson, Lloyd, and there he is. He appears out of the vapor.
Mr.
Representative
Chairman,
Larson.
Mr. Chairman, because of my delinquency, I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 27.
Without objection, without objection, the amendment has been withdrawn unless somebody objects. Okay, amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, House Amendment number 28 to House Bill number 1. Representative Brown or Larson? No, Larson, yes. Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I move second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill 1. We heard the conversation on the ECA for funding of the K-12 education. Quickly, the history is that they come back to get us the evidence-based model to be the same as the legislative model was $65 million. I think that was what the Joint Education recommended. The previous Appropriations Committee, as we was preparing, wrote a letter in support of that. Then in markup, current committee number 2 reduced it some to where we're not completely in line. We're still a little deficient. This amendment brings us back up to where we're fully funding that ECA. And with that, we had a lot of conversation with that. I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Any members for their first time? Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am interested in how this amendment would actually affect the people that put in the work on the ground in our school system. I'm not particularly concerned about our administrators. I know that we overpay them by the model, but it's those lunch ladies and those janitors that I'm actually concerned about right now. How will this amendment help them?
Thank you, Representative Singh. Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and I'll remind the body of some of that prior conversation that the bringer of the amendment mentioned. So the consultants recommended that we spend $32.7, I believe, million on this ECA, 32.7. Currently in your bill, on page 64 and page 65, it delineates exactly how your JAC set this ECA up and came in at $48.8 million. As the bringer mentioned, 66.5 or so million is the top. And that's what this amendment would do. It would take it right to the top. So on those pages that I just mentioned, 64 and 65 in your budget bill, it says that in the professional labor category, the overall raise is 4.761%. So that includes your administrators, 4.761% raise. They're 22% above model now, and this will be in addition to that. Your non-professional labor, and this would be your janitors, your lunch workers, I believe paras might be included in this too. On line 16 through 19 on page 64, it says that these people will get a 5.41% raise, a 5.41% raise in this ECA brought to you by your JAC. And then it goes on from there. But on page 65, you can see in lines 1 through 5, where in lines 7 through 14, you'll see where teachers will get a 6.78% raise. 6.78% raise. And that is your JAC's recommendation. Your prior JAC's recommendation was to maintain status quo, which was behind the model by about $70 million. Okay, the 66.5 would bring us right up to the model. 48.8 closes the gap, leaves about $13 million per year, $26 million per biennium below the model. So we're closing, your JAC is closing that gap. The prior JAC did not do that. They maintained status quo. So we feel like we're headed in the right direction with this ECA. We're certainly giving raises in the right places in the classroom. And we hope that when this block grant that this ECA is part of gets to your districts, that these employees will receive these raises. That's what we're hoping for. So on and against the amendment. Appreciate your time going over this one more time.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Provenza, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was on JAEC that went over this, and there's a reason why we had that 66. So I appreciate the last speaker saying that that would bring us to the model. Because the model is what is debated in the courts and in the Constitution. That's what is debated, not closing the gap. We don't get a gold star for making an effort but not actually doing it. We have a model. We follow the model. We don't follow the model, the Supreme Court comes after us and tells us, you've been bad. You're gonna have to pay. So we could skip that step, skip the attempt to get a gold star, and we can follow the Constitution and follow the model so that we don't have to lose our tails in court. Because, body, we've done this multiple times before. We lose every time. And why do we lose every time? Because we don't follow the model. Follow the model. Do our job. Follow the Constitution. Vote for this amendment.
Any other representative for their first time? Representative Harshman, for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think just talking about the external cost adjustment, this is what this amendment is about. And what is the external cost adjustment? It's not a raise that was represented to the body. It's actually a cost of living with inflation. And so back in the early days of the model, 20 years ago, it was just one number. And then we decided, as we worked this through this model process, to break this up into 4 areas so we could look at them all individually. And you'll see energy, it went down this year. Cost of energy went down, so we adjusted that, the amount going to that area in the model down. Materials went up. Cost of labor went up in both certified and classified. What this amendment tries to do is recognize the inflation adjustment on classified employees. That's it. And so it's bus drivers, it's cooks, custodians. That's who we're kind of talking about, aides in the classroom. And if you look at the crew report and you see how districts spend money, because every dollar is accounted for in public education, and you can see how our districts match up their spending to the model allotment. And so if you look at like beginning teacher salaries in any of the big towns around Wyoming, they're all higher than us. So our districts have hired a few less and tried to increase the salary to be competitive. We used to have 100 applicants per job. Sometimes now we don't have applicants. But if you look at the crew report, how the money is spent, it aligns 98 to about 102% always in each area. Administrative money goes to administrators. Teacher money is going to teachers. Classified money is going to classified. Virtually every district is within 98 to 102% of that amount. The difference will be in the number of personnel, but that's an issue we've struggled with. You got to get people to apply and work, and so they've had to increase those salaries. But first and foremost, the ECA accounts for inflation and costs on the ground, and they study all this through a lot of in-depth study, and we know energy went down, supplies and materials went up, certified employees to hire people went up, and also our cooks, bus drivers, janitors, those folks have gone up. And so that's all we're saying is recognize this. And then I would say, we're right in the middle of this, and we're going into recalibration. I don't think we want to hamstring ourselves as this lawsuit moves forward. There's some attorneys on this floor, and I'm sure our leadership has been briefed behind closed doors on this. Boy, I don't think we don't want to hurt ourselves with this. And we want to honor those folks who are serving our kids every day. On and forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for their first time? First time. Second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think getting your head around the funding model of education is really important. And so when they develop this model, they're making soup, and they're saying in this soup you need so many carrots, so many onions, so many whatever vegetables, whatever meat you want to put in that soup, and it all goes into the pot. And then when you serve that out, the person serving it out kind of gets to serve it however they want. And so, for example, when they talk about professional services, that's your teachers, your educators, your non-professionals, your custodians, your maintenance people. Then they talk about energy and they talk about curriculum. And they say, so we see the price going up for these vegetables X number %. You're going to have to increase that because it's going to impact the cost of the price of your soup, but you may not use all of them in that pot. When we put all that funding in there to your school, your local school board doesn't have to use any of the potatoes, doesn't have to use any of the onions. And so we put it in there, local control. They design, based on this basket of goods they got, they design the budget for their respective school. So if you want to pay your superintendent 40% over what the model suggests, you can do that. All it takes is the votes of your school district to do that. If you want to pay your groundskeepers, whatever, if you want to say, well, I can't afford to give my teachers a raise, so maybe I will do away with one Spanish class, take that salary, and give the rest of the teachers a raise, you can do that. And so in this bill, when we talk about taking 6.78 to the teacher salaries, says who? All you're doing is adding 6.7% to the professional staff that the school districts then decide how they're going to use it. Are you sending a message? Maybe. But the real problem here is we are not funding that basket of goods at the level that the model requires. And so that puts us deficient in the court mandates. So, how we pay and what classes you have and all of that stuff, you can have that conversation with your school board. Our responsibility is to fund education per evidence-based model. And it used to be that the legislative model was more and we funded more. That inverted, and then we dropped behind it. We was only funding the legislative model, and the evidence-based model was higher, and that's where we've got into a pickle, and that's what we're trying to close. We're trying to make it the same. So it's a chunk of change, don't argue that, but it's our model, our legislative. We elected it. It's our law that we created. We should fund it as such.
Representatives, you are voting on second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? Aye. Campbell Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Aye. Erickson? Aye. Filer? Aye. Geringer? Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Aye. Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Aye. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Repeat? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 25 aye, 36 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to support Second Reading Amendment number 28 to House Bill number 1. Just a quick update before I turn it over to the good Chairman Brown. Food is ordered. It should be here in about a half hour or so, 45 minutes, I believe, at the most. And so just so you understand where we're at, and we will continue to press on. Representative Brown, amendment number 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I move second reading amendment number 29 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. I would normally stand up here and give you the whole long spiel on why this is an incredibly important position, but I'm feeling the way of the body. And all I'm going to tell you is this is funding a position that is currently funded by federal grant. This is the statewide literacy coordinator within the Department of Education. And that grant was applied for by 37 other states, and Wyoming was not chosen to be able to get that grant again. So this person has been working diligently over the past year and a half to develop what we call the statewide literacy plan. A statewide literacy plan is in its final stages. It is a critical piece to ensuring that our past 4 or 5 years worth of work on our K-3 Literacy Act comes to fruition. This position is, in my opinion, one of the most critical pieces that we have in the Department of Education, and we are the only state in the entire nation that does not have a state-funded statewide literacy coordinator. We have been able to, I will say these words very nicely, we've been able to mooch off of the federal government for a very long time with the position that we have. This is creating that position, taking it and funding it to the general fund. Actually, I'm sorry, it's not the general fund, it's out of the school foundation account, and it would allow this position to be resumed immediately. Here's the issue is the federal fiscal year does not transfer at the same time ours does. So at the long run, ultimately, that position will end in October. This position would then automatically just assume up in October and come over and be a state-funded position. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions and hope that we can say aye.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Any members for their first time? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the bringer of the amendment. He mentioned that we weren't chosen, but I'm curious, did we actually apply for this? And if we did, what did the rejection letter say as to why we weren't chosen?
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else for their first time? Seeing no one else? Oh, sorry. Representative Harshman for the
Thank you,
first
Mr.
time.
Speaker Pro Tem. Just a question, what is this person really going to do? I mean, it's clear, we're not like some states that have statewide textbooks and statewide curriculum. Our Constitution is very clear that the state does not prescribe textbooks or curriculum. And so really, I mean, what's the person going to do? Collect data? Is that it? Or so more question. Thank you.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. So to answer a few questions, yes, we did apply for the grant. No, we didn't get it. Why? Because we didn't have a certified literacy personnel filling it out. It is really important that the people who are the head of our state have a solid and fundamental understanding of what comprehensive literacy actually is and looks like. I can tell you that we have probably, and don't quote me on the exact number, but I think it's around 12 people in our entire state that hold a CIRI or KPERI certification, which is actually a literacy certification that's held at the national level. And our state has been spending a lot of time. They used a lot of the ESSER funds, and I'm sure if your districts have heard that our teachers have gone through some pretty significant 2-year training in the LETTERS program. And what it has done is it's taught teachers how to teach reading. And so when you ask, what is this person going to do? They have put in, I know that's coming through in a bill where there's some different data collection per se, but I am the person for our district that submits the WDE 626, and there's some pretty comprehensive questions that are asked there on the, are we following these statutes that were created, the K-3 reading program statutes? Are we making sure that we're holding to that accountability of these different laws that are coming through? That's the person that they all go through that vets it, that takes a look at all of these districts' reports and says, yep, this district is doing the correct thing. Nope, this district is not doing the correct thing. Nope, this district has turned in a bunch of stuff that is actually not in line with the promulgated rules or with statute. So it's actually a pretty intense position, and it does require a pretty significant amount of knowledge in the area of literacy, which to me is probably one of the most crucial things that we can gift our kids with. If we don't have the accountability piece on the backside, that person that can really vet that information coming in, we fall short on if we are actually able to hold our districts accountable to doing what we've asked and what we put in statute and put into rules. I think this is a huge oversight on our part, that if we're going to push for these laws and ask these things to be in place, if we don't provide that 1 to 2 human beings that actually can follow up and ensure that it's occurring.
Thank you. Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else for their first time? Not seeing anyone moving towards the mic. Second time? Anyone else for their second time? Back to the sponsor, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to the good learning educator from the middle part of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more brief synopsis of what this position is going to do. Keeps our districts accountable, ensures that we are going to take the literacy acts that we have been putting into place and we've been working on for the past 4, almost 5 years now, make sure that those are implemented correctly, and we make sure that our kids or our teachers are being taught how to teach reading to our kids. We don't have that right now if we lose this position. All the work that has been going into this K-3 reading, I'm not asking for hardly anything in these budgets. I think there's been a pretty clean budget. This is one of those that I do see as an emergency. I do see that if we lose this, this is going to hurt our kids and this is going to hurt our schools. So on in favor, and I hope I can get an eye out of you.
Okay, Chief Clerk, would you mind calling roll on second reading amendment number 29 to House Bill number 1?
Alamand? No. Andrew? Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? Bratton? Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Filer?
Excused?
Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson?
No.
Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. I'm sorry, Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storr. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Excused.
are there any changes? Filer, excused to aye. Campbell Kevin, aye to no. Further changes? Davis? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 32 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, House Bill 29 has not been, Amendment number 29 to House Bill 1 has not been accepted. Moving on to Amendment number 30 to House Bill 1, Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At this time, I'd like to move second reading amendment number 30 to House Bill 1. And with that, I will give everybody a brief description of the amendment. So 2 years ago, as a freshman legislator, in this room, part of this body, we had a discussion about mental health and different avenues of ways to help with the numbers that the state's experiencing and to give folks time. At that time, the trust that we see before us in this amendment was asking for 6 times the amount of money that's in there now. So here 2 years later, you know, after hearing hours and hours of debate and I understand that there's no silver bullet, and I understand that we haven't found specifically a way to combat the numbers that we do see and the averages that are so high within our state. But I can tell you this, if this money is working and the program's running now as we speak, if it saves one person, it's money well spent. Because, you know, basically people need time, folks need time. And if that time means that you pick up the phone and you make a phone call and you have a conversation and it gives you a bit of time to think about the more important things and the bigger things in life, and you change your mind and you don't go through with a decision made in the moment, money well spent. 2 years ago as a freshman, you know, I promised folks at the doors that I would advocate for mental health. 2 years later, sophomore, I haven't seen as many mental health bills hit the floor. I don't know why. Maybe others warranted to be in front of them. But I think that this conversation needs to be heard. This is money well spent in a trust fund to build money to support something that does good. And again, if it saves one person, young, old, doesn't matter, it's well worth the money. On and for. Thank you.
Chairman Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, let's be clear, folks. The call centers for which this trust fund is meant to fund have been fully funded for the 2 years of this biennial budget at $1.2 million, fully funded, okay? And we also put $10 million in the trust fund. So now we're on to the biennial budget and we're being asked to add another 10 million. I think there's well, I'll just say that we're fully funded, folks. And we're going to be fully funded till the end of July of this year, next year, 2026. So when we go into the next budget, we can have this debate when we've got some funds available. Right now, we've got a lot of things going on. You've seen the goldenrod, putting money into an endowment trust fund right now. It's probably not the best use of our time or our money. But this program saves one life or more lives. We can talk about that, argue about it. I don't mind, but it's fully funded. It's fully funded until July 1st of 2026. So don't be fooled, it's fully funded.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. So we passed two bills out of this chamber that diverted an extra, $60 million to trust funds so we could spend less in the future, right? Because we would have more interest coming from those trust funds. This is exactly the same as that. This is us putting money away so we don't have to fund out of the general fund in the future money to support the 988 hotline. If we do this now, this means that we'll have to spend less from the general fund, because that was the whole idea of this trust fund, to make it so it's one more thing that we do not have to fund out of the general fund. We can do this now. We can make sure that even during the hard times, when people will need the hotline the most, there'll be funding for it with the trust fund. So, on and support.
Anyone else? Representative Chestick. Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I was only that tall, but anyway. Just to give you guys some little reference here. So these call centers handled 4,000 calls last year. Over 1,000 of those came from military veterans. So it's doing great work, however you want to vote on this. Really in support of this program. And then realize it's set up now that 90% of those calls are handled by Wyoming citizens. So it's Wyoming folks taking care of Wyoming folks. A great program. Thank you for your consideration.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I know you were thinking about my last name for a minute. It's when you're up there at the desk and you look at a representative and you go, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, we were the last state in the union to adopt the 988 line. It was signed into law by the 45th president. I don't think I can say the name, so the 45th president, I think you all know who that is. We were the last state. So we were given in committee number 3 the charge to find a way to fund this. And like today, we got $70 oil. It's really good. But I think when you experience a downturn, when we have $50 or $40 oil, these are the things that get cut. Because you have to cut budgets, and the biggest budget is the Department of Health. That's where most of your cuts come from. Been there. So it's a hard thing. So we wanted to take this thing that was really important. We had this deal that would go out of state. It wasn't working. We were leading the nation and parts of the world in this really sobering statistic, a bad statistic. And so we're making progress. But the law also says it's not just call centers, it's other services. But if we can get this thing to about 50 million, then it's kind of immune from the ups and downs. Because the problem with this cycle, when we have $40 oil and people are laid off and we're really struggling, that's when you need this stuff the most. And that's when we have the least money to fund it. And so why we have $70 oil, you're not spending this, you're saving it and investing it. And so I think it's a good investment into our people. So I appreciate the bringer of the amendment, and please vote aye.
Thank you. Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else for their first time, second time? Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I suppose it's my haircut that makes my name more memorable. That haircut changed on that previous speaker, so it's harder to remember. Folks, it was brought up that we've tried to make some investment plans where we're diverting funds, and that is absolutely true. But I want to remind this body that those bills that diverted those funds, that is future investments, future dollars. Those bills don't even go into effect until next year. But this spending here, this is taking money right now and putting it into a trust fund. Okay? So this is immediate. Going into a trust fund for a program that's already fully funded, and we're setting aside another $10 million. Last year, we put $10 million into it. This is halfway through the budget, and now we're changing course, and we're going to say, we're going to double that. And for those people who say, you know, it's good to have these things in a trust fund because, you know what, it'll be taken care of down the future and it won't be on the chopping block. Well, you can be assured that anything that's in one of those 600 coffee cans, it's going to be hard to get that on the chopping block if it becomes a lower priority than something that's still in the budget. Because how many of you have gone out and looked at those 600 coffee cans and said, oh, there's money in here for a program that is lower priority than this other one? I venture that not many of you have. But I will say this, you know, the good speaker before with the great hair, he said that, you know, there's other parts to this battle on suicide. And some of those other programs who are one-on-one, they might be more effective than the person on the phone. It's possible. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. But when this body decides that because we have a downturn in the price of oil, that we're going to have to prioritize, and we want our money to go to the programs that are most effective in this area. Guess what, 988 hotline? You're not going to touch that, and you might end up cutting a program that is more effective. And why is that? Because this trust fund takes it off the budget, and this body really won't even look at that. That's why it's important to think about these trust funds. Now, back to those bills that you kindly passed out of this session after, frankly, years of trying to get some of that spending control under wraps so that we could put that money into an endowment fund or the state's 401k, if you will. We should have all of those 600 coffee cans poured into that same place to where our investment team has a big pool to make great investments and great returns. But when we have them all separated out in these other places, they have to look at it a little differently. So I would encourage you to think twice about dumping more money into one of those coffee cans. On and against this amendment.
Anyone else for their second time? Anyone else for their second time? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you, appreciate it. It's interesting to call this a coffee can. Basically what happens is that if we have a bunch of trust funds that all have the same investment policy, they're all treated the same when they're invested. We just know how the amounts are split up because we've set aside this amount for this particular purpose. Again, if we, maybe I'll use these words, dither and delay on this, what will happen is that when hard times come, what's at risk? What we can make sure is that this isn't at risk. This account was created in part because we didn't want to put fees on our phone bills and make everyone else pay for it when we could just make the market pay for it. We could get it for essentially free. But we can't do that if the account doesn't have the funds in it to generate what we need to fund the program. So, on and four.
Anyone else for their second time? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I think just to back up a little bit, the state, and I appreciate the good chairman of committee number 2, the hundreds of accounts that were brought up. And those refer really to our WOLF accounting system, the Wyoming Online Financial System. And so every agency has multiple. Every board cosmetology, barber, all of them all have accounts in this Wolf system, all online. It's an incredibly transparent system. That is totally separate. That's how an accountants work, and our state official who writes the checks, that's how they keep track of all these public funds, make sure every dollar goes where we say it goes. That's a different deal than what we're asking here to set up a trust to really fund these services. So, and regardless of your vote on this, we're doing a lot of good in this state. We really are. So I don't want this to be, we all are working for this issue. But we've got $70 oil. Could we put another 10 million in this? Maybe next year, the 69th, and the year after, maybe the 70th. And then pretty soon, it's kind of like 4 by 10. Years go by pretty quick, and all of a sudden, we've realized our goal. And we serve our citizens forever in this. For whatever reason, we have this horrible statistic that we unfortunately lead. And so I appreciate everybody's debate and everybody's sincerity on this deal. We're all just got different ideas how to move us forward. So thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Anyone else second time? Second time to the sponsor, Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and to the good chairman of the number 2 committee that you can't miss coming because he's pretty shiny up top. I'll just address some of that. And I do read, and I can read, might be a surprise to some on the floor, but I've looked at the goldenrod and I've looked at the Craig report, and we're in good shape for the next handful of years. So I'm practicing what the good chairman of number 2 committee preaches. I'm trying to save. So we don't have to come to this body and say, hey, we're broke. There's nothing here. People have nowhere to reach out when they're having the worst day of their life, the worst moment of their life, because those moments are precious. Again, that's what we're doing. We're buying time. We're buying trips around the sun. We're buying moments to change that mind, to think of what's important in life, to think about our loved ones. Everyone in this body has been touched by suicide, I would go as far as to say. I would bet that. Everybody, in one way or form. So what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to set up an account that will support a program that is desperately needed. Is this the only thing that is needed? No, we've heard that over and over again. Do we have the answer? No, we've heard that over and over again. But what are we trying to do? We're trying to buy a little time. So just think about that for a minute. We set this thing up so it works in the hard times and the good, so we can buy time for those who need to have a little bit of it. Again, it's touched everybody in this room in one way or another, if you know it or not. It's a good thing to do, folks. On and for.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 30 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No, this is not a roll call. Voice vote. Division. Yeah, I finally got it right. All those in favor, please stand. Y'all go ahead and stand up, stretch your legs while they sort this out, but maybe you got it. Go ahead. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talking to our good staff, he said, due to it being a transfer, not a direct expenditure, we do not need to do a roll call vote. A voice vote does suffice.
I'd have been brokenhearted if you'd come back and said I did that wrong. Thank you, Don Richards. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody, you may sit down. All those in favor, or those opposed, excuse me. The in favor stay down. The opposed, please rise. Stand still. Representative Bear, contain yourself. You may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted, 21 to 37. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 31. This is a corrected copy, so please make sure you have it updated on your screen. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, a corrected copy. This opens up section 313 of the budget, the two-year budget, where we had school, capital construction, and ordinary ongoing expense of government. And this takes the bill that we passed out of this body, I think it was 59 to 1, with 2 excused. Takes the exact dollar amounts, projects, puts it in the budget, and the corrected copy, the good chairman of committee number 2, on page 4 of that, says the amendments to this section made under this act shall not be effective if 2025 House Bill 259 is enacted into law. Sometimes we've done that, sometimes we haven't, but he brought it up to me, so I thought I'd put it in there. But the bottom line, I think, is if this body, 59 votes, wants this high school, the biggest deal in the budget, there's other little ones, but the biggest deal is the new high school in, I can say, Campbell County. This is going to be a huge deal as we move forward, because, gosh, what if that little bill dies? We've got no recourse. And so if we have this in the budget, our committee number 2 or the conference committee that the good speaker will appoint when we go to budget negotiations, this will be really important. So I think the will of our body, I'm just trying to make sure the will of this body gets to the finish line and have another horse in this race in case the horse number 259 breaks its leg on the backstretch. And it'd be really important. And I'd hate to have constituents in Campbell County say, how come we didn't get our school? And so this way, I think we add another layer to this, and it's been done multiple times before. It's very appropriate. And actually, school CapCon really should be in the budget. It's an ongoing ordinary expense of government. So appreciate your discussion, and I hope we have another 59 votes for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time.
So neither for or against the amendment. I think this is something that the body needs to think about policy-wise. I did make a decision, and it was supported by JAC, to go ahead and pull this out of the budget. And the good prior chairman of JAC, who's also been a speaker and has great hair, has stated before that this has been both in the budget and out of the budget. So it is just a policy decision. And I've stated this from the front here a couple of times. There are positives and negatives about making the decision to keep it out of the budget. The negative is this: if we pull it out of the budget, the negative is that if you're looking track record-wise, the last few years it's been in the budget. And so you'll have to understand that this body did something different. You'll have to go look at that bill. So the positive of keeping it in the budget is that you'd have that track record. The negative is that you've seen that this body has stated that we agree with the governor that these interim budgets, these supplemental budgets, should be for emergency and unforeseen contingencies. And so it creates confusion, whereas capital construction should be an annual thing that we look at, because we should have buildings being tested, we should have Mercer reports, we should constantly be looking at, what do we need to do to keep our capital investments in buildings well taken care of, and we can forecast, what do we need to put away to be prepared to build the next building, that type of thing. And I think that those discussions are worth having a debate about on each floor separately in that separate bill for transparency reasons, as well as for creating that new track record where this is set aside and it's done on an annual basis, whether it's general capital construction or school capital construction. I think there's clearly an argument to be made that general capital construction really should not be in the budget. The K through 12, I think it could be argued either way constitutionally. And obviously, different bodies have decided to do it different ways. My recommendation to this body, and it's a recommendation, folks, is that we keep it out of the budget and that we debate these things individually as they come for the body every single year. If we do that, I think we're going to be doing much better work when it comes to capital construction. So, like I said, I made that decision early on that I thought that it was better, more transparent. The JAC supported me, and I just ask for your support if you agree with me. If you disagree with me, I will not be offended if this body says, no, we want it in the budget. So with that, vote your conscience on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Any others for their first time? Representative Nicholas for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. In the past, we have had this, when I was chairing this committee, in the budget. But we have already debated this on the bill, right? So we've all gone through the ups and downs and the pros and cons of this. Why in the world would we not have two horses in the race to get what we want, what this body has already voted for, 59-1? It just protects us. So it's part of what we do is, and we've seen it, different strategies evolve through the last couple of weeks around here. This is just another one. And frankly, I think winning's more important than the selection of the chairman of the appropriations. We want to get it both ways. So on in favor.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a problem with two horses in the race as long as mine's the one that wins. But one of these days I might tell that joke straight, but it won't be for a while. I just want to talk principle, if I can, for just a minute. Wyoming has a policy that there's one topic in one bill. And of course, the reason for that is we need to decide things one at a time. And the bigger the decision, the more we need to look at it independently. Now, we make an exception for that when it comes to the budget bill, and then we can adopt the closest thing that we have to an omnibus spending bill. We've all seen those monstrosities that come out in Washington. And we've got several major decisions in there, and then people sticking all kinds of other stuff in there, and you've either got to vote the whole mess up or down. One of the reasons I like taking capital construction, both on the K-12 side and the general side, out of the budget bill is one, those are like 30 or 40-year projects. Okay, this isn't just routine going along. Major maintenance, yes, that belongs in the budget, in my view. But these major projects need to be broken out so that we can consider them independently and as independently as possible. When we start lumping a whole bunch of these big projects together, we start to set ourselves up to not being able to vote no when there's some stuff in there we really don't want to have in there. So, the two horses in the race thing, that's not a bad concept in what we're looking at here. But the general principle is what I'm trying to get to. And I would like to see this body move away from omnibus spending bills and move closer to our natural roots, our understood way of doing things, one concept, one bill. So I would push back gently against this amendment and step aside.
Thank you. Representative Wiley, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a little bit to push back. You know, this time around last year, I had to advocate and fight for the home of the tigers. So now I don't mind doing it for the land of the camels. It's called more than one bite at the apple. We all got emails. We all seen you know what the students were sending us the other days and the pleas they have for help in a new school, and we agreed upon that on the floor. So that's great. Everybody should have the same sentiment. There's nothing being backstaged or backdoored here. It's transparent enough. We said it the other day. We said we're going to do whatever we can do to help get you a new school. And a lot of you, this is your first time around with this process, but it's a heck of a lot easier for a bill to die 10 times over than it is to get something across the finish line. So if this is a method that we can use to help get a school constructed in the land of the camels so they're not swimming in sewage anymore, I say why not do it? One heck of a tool. On and forward.
Thank you. Representative Clouston, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your support on 259. And again, if 259 passes, this bill goes away. When the good representative from Casper or Natrona called me and said, I think we need 2 horses in the race, you know it made me nervous because it's not a process I completely understood. But speaking with him and past people, this is how it's done in the past. I'm going to trust their experience. And again, I just want to thank you for all your support for our community and our kids. On and for.
Representative Geringer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from the good representative up in the Bighorn area. I do like the idea of trying to come together more on a policy approach. But I guess when it comes to this school, we do have overwhelming support on this side of the body. On the other side, we're not sure what that's going to mean. And so there's a chance, any number of reasons that bill could die. And so I guess the way I'm kind of looking at this is, are you willing to run that risk? Are you willing to let this school die with all the sewage and everything that's been, you know, the videos that are shown of that? Are you willing to let it die? Or are you with me on thinking that maybe we need to have just an extra little bit of insurance here? On and for.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time, second time? Seeing no one for second time, back to the bringer. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just had a conversation with a member, and I just want to make this really clear. So this polls 313, that is in the budget that we passed last year. And you don't see that because it's not in this supplemental budget. So it pulls that. There are no additional projects at all put into this. There is no additional money at all. The exact same pennies that we voted 59-1 on. So there is not more projects. All that stuff you see is from last year, right? And so we're just opening up this section of the budget and adding House Bill 258 that we approved 59-1. So boy, I appreciate that conversation. There is not one penny more or one project more that you folks did not approve. Okay, I'm repeating myself like 4 times on that. Because boy, I'm so glad you brought that up. But I think the key here is getting to the finish line. And there was brought up one topic and all these things. And I think the Constitution is what we've really followed here. And it's Article 3, Section 34, and the General Appropriations Bill, other appropriations. The General Appropriations Bill shall embrace nothing but appropriations for the ordinary expenses of the legislative, executive, judicial departments of the state, interest on the public debt, and for public schools. We got 40 years of litigation behind this and this beautiful Constitution. Folks, this is an ordinary expense of government. I would tell you, this in my experience here, 9 out of 10, maybe 19 out of 20 times it's been in the budget. I think I only remember one time where we ran a separate bill for school capital construction. And I would say this too, there is nowhere in the Constitution or our Green Book statutes that says the supplemental budget is an emergency budget. That was our chief executive. That's what he said to his departments. When he asked them for supplemental suggestions, he told them, I don't want anything, no fluff. Just the basics, any emergency stuff. That was his direction. Good for him. If you want this school built in Campbell County, which 59 of us voted last week for, this is the vehicle. And if 258 cruises through, great. This one has a disclaimer, it falls off. Beautiful. Be a beautiful process. This is absolutely the most transparent way to do this. We're all on YouTube, everybody's watching it, it's all published. And the whole citizenry of Campbell County will be able to see this go through and sleep better tonight. And so really, I just urge you, the 59 of us again, to vote aye for this. You're not voting for one more penny than you've already voted for. You're voting for the citizens and the kids of Campbell County who have gone through the Mercer, done all the work, and are next in line. So with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the great debate. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellerman? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Repeat. Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley?
Body, let's keep it down. It's hard to hear people
Lean?
calling their votes.
Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Bear? No to aye. Further changes? Washut? No to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 30 aye, 30 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, second reading amendment 31 to House Bill number 1 has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 32, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 32 to House Bill 1. Folks, this is on the energy matching funds that we have allocated to the executive branch and to the Energy Authority. that has been extremely successful in attracting new mineral-related industries or energy-related industries to the state. In the budget, these remaining energy matching funds are set to be reverted in March. It requires, there's 30 million set up in section 321. Those energy matching funds will be reverted in March if we go through with this. And then they also require up to 100 million of the unobligated funds in the large project energy matching funds in section 323 to revert in March. This amendment removes those reversion requirements in the bill and restricts any of the funds in 321 or 325 to be used in the future for carbon capture or sequestration. As I go on to explain the importance of these energy matching funds and in what they've allowed us to do, I'd also like you to think in another dimension as well, as we've talked about property tax and property tax reform. And we talked about early on in this whole legislative process about backfilling the local governments for tax relief we're trying to give to residents. Money to do that will be one time, right, to backfill that. If we take the energy matching funds and backfill, that'll take those funds, they'll be used one time to help the locals, and they'll be gone. Whereas, if you attract industry, who will be paying a higher rate of property tax, that will go on in perpetuity. It seems logical to me that we would want to try and support generating property taxes for locals and for schools well into the future. These funds were designed to do that. Now, of the funds in 321, which was a smaller amount, there's about $46 million left in it, and they're in the middle of the next review of grant awards with 61 million in asks. So they have 46 million in there, 61 million in asks. Thus far, the agency that oversees that has invested 98 million of the energy matching funds into 16 projects. That's leveraged over an additional 260 million additional private and federal funds. Let me share with you where these funds and what they were used for. 75% of them have gone to fossil fuel related projects. 5 oil and gas projects, 4 coal projects, 1 helium, 1 critical minerals and rare earth, and 1 hydrogen. 10% have gone to nuclear, the demonstration project associated with the Trona mine down in the south west part of the state. 5% have been 1 project on renewables, and 2 projects were used for carbon storage and sequestration. The other projects, which was our large energy matching fund in section 321, have been held in reserve for those unique opportunities that might arise when an industry is wanting to come into the state and you need to have that kind of enticement to hook the fish. What we will tell you is that there are very serious and confidential talks going on, and you know, you always hear, how true is this? There are very serious and, excuse me, and confidential talks with the nuclear fuel company looking at roughly an $800 million project, 800 million, just shy of $1 billion, investment in Campbell County. The thing that gets my goat on this, members, is I had the opportunity to talk to these folks too. Had them here at the Capitol, took them around, wined them, dined them in the Capitol, took them all around, and says, how serious are you about Wyoming? They says, oh, we're serious. And I says, I know just the county. They didn't choose me. They chose Campbell County because of the industrial infrastructure that's there. If we raid the large energy matching funds, we jeopardize that investment in Campbell County enormously. Just absolutely enormously. Now, thus far, the other matching funds have created over 2,000 new Wyoming jobs, and an additional 500 jobs are projected with the other projects that are out there. I think it's interesting, the next amendment, that committee that deals with minerals deals with this all the time and sees all of these different opportunities. Look at the next amendment. Sees the value of having these matching funds to do some of these things. I agree. I completely agree. And I would encourage you to support this amendment and remove the reversion of those funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you for the good bringer of this amendment. On and for this, we have talked for the last almost 4 weeks about picking ourselves up by our bootstraps, letting our community set their own trajectory. This is potential revenue. It's return on our investment. As the good speaker the good speaker that just spoke, hundreds and hundreds of jobs during construction and permanent, increased sales tax, and assistance to our potential coal refineries, hydrogen, and on and on. This is a great bill for us, amendment for us, and I support it on and for.
Representative Ling. No. Anyone else for their first time? Anyone for their first time? First time? Anyone for their first time? Second time? To the sponsor.
We've stood fast by those industries that have provided us in this great state just the large majority of what we have. And we need to continue that. Try to get additional industries in here that support that and our fossil fuels. Again, Mr. Chairman, hope that you'll support this amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, question. So this wouldn't be a voice vote, is that correct? I would still like to call for the ayes and nays, if I may, for whatever rule 1938.
12.
Yeah.
We're going to need second on, so we have a request of a 12-4 with a second. So this is going to be a roll call vote. Chief Clerk? Well, that is getting set up. We are having roll call vote on second reading amendment number 32 to House Bill number 1.
Ellamand? Andrew? Andrew?
Excused.
Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? Bratton? Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon?
Excused.
Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson?
No.
Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Posey?
Excused.
Riggins? Oh, Provenza, I'm sorry. Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Repeat. Schmid? No. Sherwood? No. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Aye. Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? No. Worf? No. Williams? Aye. Winter? No. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Yin? No. Mr. Speaker? No. Are there any changes? Andrew, excused to no? Provenza, aye to no? Chestick, aye to no? Storer, aye to no? Further changes? Further changes? Posey? Excused to aye? Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 17 aye, 43 no, 2 excused.
You have heard the vote of the body, 43 to 17. Amendment number 32 has failed. Moving on to amendment number 33. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move second reading amendment number 33 to House Bill number 1. Members, this is not going to take, there's no appropriation here. We won't have to do a roll call. As soon as the food arrives, it should be here any moment. You'll probably all rush out and I'll be standing here by myself talking. But this also deals with the large energy matching funds. So we heard a little bit about that from the last speaker. Large energy matching funds require a 1-for-1 match. There's $30 million left in that trust fund as of today, a little over $30 million. And these funds are utilized by the executive branch in the past. It's been furthering green energy. Some of the programs that they've been investing in has not been helping our legacy industries here in Wyoming. So what I'm trying to do here is put some boundaries on how that money can be spent to further our coal industry here in Wyoming. Wyoming is rich in natural resources, particularly in coal. Coal is the preferred fuel or energy source because it has higher BTU, it has a more stable price, and we actually in Wyoming have more recoverable reserves of coal than all of the oil and gas put together in Wyoming. We have 2 to 3 viable projects to build new coal-fired plants in Wyoming that burn Wyoming coal. There's a country over on the Far East, they have a big white flag with a red dot on it. They are very interested in investing in Wyoming. But they don't want to influence our politics here. That's not their agenda, to come in and change the way we think. But if they want to know if we are behind coal-fired power plants or not, this is a way that we can demonstrate to them that Wyoming is committed to Wyoming coal and building Wyoming infrastructure here in Wyoming. Now, is this an earmark for Southwest Wyoming? No, because the coal mines in Southwest Wyoming are not issuing long-term contracts. And to build this size of a plant, they need 30 to 40-year contracts, and they can't get that in Southwest Wyoming. So I'm not earmarking. I'm not trying to do something for my district. But I am earmarking for the state of Wyoming. This is for the state of Wyoming because I believe in coal. I believe coal has not sunset yet. And we have a lot of inventory on the shelf, and we're not going to close this warehouse. So what it does is it puts boundaries on $10 million of that 30 some odd million that's still in that section 323. And it says that $10 million will be used for the design and engineering of a project that burns, combusts, or gasifies Wyoming coal and will be built in Wyoming. So that's all it says. It'll still be vetted the way we vet projects to make sure they're viable. But what it's doing is trying to make sure that some of that money goes to develop our natural resources and maintain coal here in Wyoming. So that's what I'm trying to do, is save our natural resources. Let's not give up on them. We have a lot of them, and it's carried us for generations, and I think it will carry us in the future. The science has developed to where if we build a new plant, it can be almost emission-free, and it can be efficient and economical. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Representative Larson, Lloyd, first time.
So I would push back on a couple of things, one being with the amount of coal versus oil and natural gas, because I think you have to take into consideration oil shale, which exceeds both of those. And then the second thing is, in this, it's an indication that the program as it's now being used is being spent on anti-coal projects. And as I shared with you earlier, of the 98 million that has been expended thus far to date, 75%, 73.3 million has gone to fossil fuels, 5 for oil and gas, 4 for coal, 1 for critical and rare earths, and 1 for hydrogen. There's been 1 go to renewables, 2 for sequestration. Then I'm curious, I'm not sure maybe if on the second opportunity to speak, because the bringer of this amendment notes that there's 30 million left in this account, that he was going to dedicate 10 million of it. In this account, there's 100 million. It's in 321 that there's only 30 million, if my understanding is correct. So 323 is the large project, and 321 is the regular on that. The other thing that concerns me a little, if we've talked about gasifying coal here a number of times since I've been in the legislature. They've not penciled out well, but times change. I'm all for that. But I have problems with J, which says, any funds appropriated shall prioritize novel approaches to mining and the use of coal, rare earth materials, and critical minerals. And I don't know what a novel approach is. If that's just we use child labor, or do we, what does that mean? So if I could get that cleared up as well, but I think it's great to use energy matching funds for these type of experiences. I think we ought to let the agency determine still that who qualifies. But I think he makes my point that overall that we could do a lot of good things with these energy matching funds to benefit the state and not cut our nose off to spite our face.
Next Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The importance of this amendment is there was an allocation, that $100 million that was then removed from the budget or from the governor's request. And in doing so, then we realized there are a number of projects that have been through the application process and are getting right to the end game. And it's honoring the work that they have done and recognizing where they are in the process and holding firm on our commitment. So that's where that $30 million that is remaining is for those projects. One of them, to add a little insight into the novel approaches, one of those projects is out of the county that I am proud to represent and has to do with uranium extraction and is absolutely amazing because the only thing that is used is water. There are no chemicals, there's no chemical waste, it is just water, and they have a 90% extraction rate when it comes to uranium. It is absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. So that is one of those novel approaches coming out of Wyoming. And I've known these guys when it was just an idea, probably 5-6 years ago. And now here they are with this incredible technology. And I think they maybe have, I don't even know, maybe 50 employees now. And so as uranium expands in Wyoming and that market expands, it's opportunities like this and this technology that are just really going to explode in Wyoming and add an entire new revenue source to our energy field. So I think I'm absolutely in favor of this amendment because it does honor those programs and projects that have spent hundreds of hours working through this application process and honors them and continues to invest in our legacy industries and provides new revenue sources as we look at some of those novel technologies as they relate to uranium. So strongly encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This may surprise you all, but I love coal. I love fossil fuels, and this amendment is a great one. I appreciate the bringer of the amendment. This is a great way to encourage more development in the area of our legacy industries, folks. So there was a question earlier about where the language came from for novel. That came from our school over the hill. There's a particular school over there that has to do with this subject, energy. And we fund that school directly from this body. So we have a lot of control over that school and what the research is. And they have a program that is partially funded through these funds. And I have to say, I think that your JAC did a really good job of bifurcating, what could be brought back into the budget and under control of this body versus what we should leave under the control of the executive so that these programs could continue. And that's why we've left $30 million in this pot, and there's there's about $50 million in another fund for these different projects. And so we're going to keep doing these investments in technology, but I like the way that the bringer of this amendment put some sideboards on it and said, hey, let's quit spending money on these renewables and these programs that are probably going to not be profitable in the future based on our new administration. But let's pour some research and some money and development into our legacy industries. On and for this amendment, it's a great one.
Other members for their first time? Any other members for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of questions that were asked, whether this account has 100 million in it or 30 million. The good people over here in the bullpen, they verified there's a little over 30 million that are unobligated at this time, unobligated. So there's more money there that's been obligated that they've already made some awards to. So our energy industry employs families here in Wyoming. That is a big portion of what is keeping people here in Wyoming, is because of the Wyoming fossil fuel, the natural resources that we have. It helps to create self-reliant people, and we're Wyoming strong because of the natural resources. We have been blessed to have these, and so it's great. We need to take advantage of this because I think it will carry us for generations to come. And the science is there. We can build these plants, but this is the way we put money to where our mouth is and say, yes, we are behind coal. We will support coal. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Botta. You are voting on second reading amendment number 33 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Okay, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do we want to? Okay. Keep going.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we rise to sit again at 22:08. Yeah, so it's 7:05 right now. That gives us 35 minutes, so 20 to 8. 7:40. 7:40 or 20 to 8, yes. Mr. Speaker, rise and sit again.
Do we necessarily need to go quite that long, Representative? Majority Leader, do we want to give quite that much time? 30 minutes for a break or 15?
20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an amendment to my motion?
You certainly may.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House rise to sit again at 7:30.
Oh, well, that'll give them a chance to get up and stand. They're supposed to be here. It's not here yet, so. It's already done. You've heard the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. I would suggest that the motion was denied. Okay. Everybody's waving. Let's keep rolling. Okay, we're back at it. We're back in, ladies and gentlemen. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 34. Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 34 to House Bill 1. Members, this goes back into the original budget and.
Yeah, he did. Yep, he's good. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we might have to ask those two to stop talking to each other, and then they would know what's going on. So, Mr. Chairman, folks, this goes back to the natural resource litigation funds that I mentioned this morning that we're potentially going to add $3.9 million into. And one of the problems that we had with those is how we got those out to other legal entities other than those that service in the state and for other services that legal entities could use it for. And so I've reached out to the executive branch that oversees that because some of you will remember we sat down as we were trying to get some legal opinions last year on premature retirement of coal-fired plants, and we were trying to get some contract legal advice, and we just really had a hard time because of the language of that was in the bill. And so this is amending the language in the bill to be a little broader. What it currently says is that the governor may expend funds from the natural resource litigation account for the purposes of defending, commencing, intervening in or prosecuting lawsuits against the United States on and others. And we add in there, or acting in support of these industries to give, or acting in support of those activities in addition to lawsuits, to give a little more flexibility on how they can contract out for those various legal services. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the amendment.
In a nutshell. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I am so glad that you voted to stay in here. Let's get going. Let's get this done. One thing we've done all day long today on this is we have been able to keep the sideboards on our spending. We have been able to say, hey, you know, this is how we want our money spent. This is how we want to do things in this body. And so I would just ask you to resist this one more time of loosening up those sideboards. Let's keep them on and let's finish strong. We're very close to the end, folks. Keep the sideboards on. Thank you. On and against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Representative Haroldson, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we actually look at this, remember this is back to that section 345 where we talked about 207 and 21, and then we talked about 69 and 23. Those were opening it up. This further opens up what we did this year to make it natural resource litigation account. This is a litigation account. If we were to vote this amendment in, it goes from being a litigation account to being beyond that to even the supporting activities of. And so I think that we've already really opened this up to protect our industries, protect our state. And I think that if we're not careful, we'll take that and kick that a little too far and kind of lose track of what we originally intended, and that was litigation. So on and against the amendment.
Any other members for their first time? First time? Representative Davis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of this amendment. Where is the fact finding going to take us? You know, how can we look out there for the industry and see where the directions that are going with the facts that we're gathering out there, and then we put a sideboard on what we can address them with. So I think if we let the issues drive where the mitigation goes instead of trying to micromanage it, makes a lot more sense than trying to micromanage, not knowing where the issues are. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Representative Lawley for her first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, the term lawsuits is very narrow. Sometimes these actions come in administrative proceedings, and that might not be considered a lawsuit. Some of the actions we might take might be alternative dispute resolutions, like mediation and things. And so this is a little bit too tight to actually, I think, complete the intent of what we're trying to do here within this space. So that word lawsuit has been expanded here by acting in support of these activities, which would include things like alternate dispute resolution, and again, administrative actions that need to be taken sometimes to preserve our right to file litigation in the future. So on and for the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lawley. Representative Wiley for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in layman's terms, I think, and I could be corrected, we're hobbling ourselves legally, and in the future we'll say, well, gee golly, Leroy, what did we do?
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time, second time? Any members for their second bite at the apple? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Call the question. Question being called. Members, you are being asked to vote on second reading amendment number 34 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment has been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 35. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the pizzazz on my name. Provenza, yeah. Body, this is the amendment we talked about earlier with the fire. I move second reading amendment number 35 to House Bill 1 for your favorable consideration. This is the amendment we discussed earlier where we were talking about loans and grants and how to help with our fires. This is initially what the chief executive asked for. What this amendment does is instead of having a loan program, it creates a grant program for our ranchers and our ag industry to ensure that they can take care of what has happened as a result of fires. And I probably don't have to remind most of you, but fires devastated Wyoming more this year than any year that I have been alive. It's been a heavy year when it comes to fire. We had over 2,000 fires in the state of Wyoming in the last year. More than 850,000 acres burned, 70% which was on private and state lands. That's 5,996,000 acres. This year's firefighting depleted our department that oversees Homeland in terms of funding. We have spent more money on fire than maybe ever. But it's not just the impact of fire, it's the hard work that comes after the fire. We have to defend against invasive grasses, which will help our wildlife and agriculture, otherwise known as Wyoming's heritage. Just annually, we've estimated $32 million lost because of the cheatgrass that will be growing on the fire scars. We need to restore the losses of fences our communities endured, provide opportunity for our communities to get targeted support so we can take care of our neighbors and our businesses. In County 16 alone, we're looking at over $46 million in fencing that needs to be done. Our communities are hurting. They're in dire situations. And as it stands, as in the budget currently, our ranchers and communities must apply for insurance reimbursement and federal grants. And I've heard many times on this floor, as I stated earlier, that we should reject those federal grants because of the strings attached. So I would ask, why are we going to force our ranchers to tie those strings? How will they match dollars? Oftentimes, if you have grants, you have to match. What will they do if the insurance doesn't pay out? Standing up a loan program will take months to accomplish. And in that time, we'll have application process, review process, we'll have to have underwriting, and of course there's other issues that we can't foresee. So meanwhile, as we're setting up a loan process and we're asking people to apply for insurance and loans that might take years, cheatgrass is growing rampant on our fire scars, making us even more susceptible to dangerous fires in the future. And to damage this earth and to damage Wyoming is to damage our children. So I would ask you, do we really want to put our money where our mouth is? Do we really want to protect our homesteaders and our cattlemen? Do we really want to make sure that we take care of them for future generations? This amendment allows us to. After great pain, this amendment allows us to. Thank you.
Representative Angelos, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against, and we voted down similar things in the budget that came just like this. Your JAC overwhelmingly voted to do this as a loan program. Being that one of these fires was in my district and talking to my landowners, most of them have already applied for federal funding. So this is a natural disaster program that is opened up to anyone in the state that's going to experience natural disasters. We have put funding in for cheatgrass. We probably will have to continue to do that next year. I mean, again, this is a fluid moment. We don't know how much damage is done. In talking to my landowners, they don't think cheatgrass will be an issue. I know in some areas it will be. So we do have funding for that. on and against, and thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if you look at this on page 1, line 1, it says delete the Haroldson. Second reading amendment. If you remember, I did bring a 40-60 of the original, and I believe that's a really good balance. I don't believe this is a good balance. I believe this is too much. I believe this is just above and beyond where we should go with this. I do believe that it's good to have a conversation about how do we address the noxious weeds and give a mechanism, but I do believe 130 is too much, and I do believe that that we need to be careful that we don't take this too far. So on and against this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Any other representatives for their first time? Seeing none, second time. Second time on the amendment. Back to the bringer, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are surely welcome. Go right ahead.
Bonnie, we heard from one of the good appropriators that we're going to have to come back and fund more of this. And in the meantime, cheatgrass is going to keep growing. It's going to keep decimating our habitat for our ag and for our wildlife. And our ranchers, great. I'm glad that they're applying for these other grants, but it might not be there. So we're putting a lot in the balance, hoping that the feds are going to save us, hoping that insurance is going to save us. But we could look after our producers today. We could look after for our wildlife today. And if we don't, and we continue to see that the damage that was caused by our fires is going to create more damage for tomorrow, we've hurt our children. So I guess ask yourself, what do you think it's worth putting our money where our mouth is? What do you think that our ag and our communities are worth to you? I would say we've got the money now. We have an incredible program that has built relationships and taken care of our people, and we should trust them to continue doing that. Not the federal government and not an insurance company. Vote aye.
Representatives, you are voting on second reading amendment number 35 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? Brown, Gary? No. Brown, Landon? Aye. Byron? Aye. Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? No. Chestick? Aye. Clauston? No. Connolly? No. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Aye. Erickson? No. Filer? Aye. Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? No. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? No. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Aye. Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Aye. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? Aye. Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? No. Sherwood? Yes. Aye. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? No. Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? No. Washut? No. Repeat? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? No. Weber? No. Wharf? No. Williams? No. Winter? No. Wiley? No. Yin? Aye. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Filer, aye. To no. Further changes. Lawley, aye. To no. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 13 aye, 48 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 35 to House Bill 1. Before we go on to the next amendment, quick announcement, there is now food in the break room. So if you'd like to go in and have tacos, Majority Leader? Do you guys want a break, or should we, now they want a break? Majority Leader? We'll take a vote. Let them go.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House rise and report again at 7:45.
Rise to sit again.
Rise and sit again at 7:45, 7:45 for others.
This motion is debatable. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone, I get it. We want to work hard. We have staff. Please let them take a 20-minute break and eat and go to the bathroom. You get to get up and dance around. That's awesome for you. Let them go.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Now, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. but, oh, yeah, yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh, well, welcome to the club. We have jackets. Members, call the meeting back into session. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill number 1. Representative Larson, Lloyd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill 1. Folks, this is on the natural disaster mitigation funds where the governor requested $130 million to go out for a variety of reasons in response to the fire. What I do in this amendment, or what we do in this amendment, is we try to contemplate what the role of the state is in responding to natural disasters. Is it rebuilding everybody's private infrastructure and structures? Is it, what's the nexus to the benefit of the state? How should those be paid? In visiting with the agency that really does a lot of this type of work in and handling our large conservation projects, I asked him where the biggest need was, and he said that there would be probably 250 million required just to address invasive species where those fires were this year alone. We're not going to cover it. We're not going to cover it all this year, but we ought. His encouragement was to get out and get done immediately what we thought we could do. So what this bill does is takes $100 million, directs it to the WWNRT for that agency to administer for dealing with invasive species of weeds and such a matter, and for restoration of lands. Private and public are all, they intermingle. We take care of private lands, take care of wildlife, wind blows, all of that. And so the thought was is that we take that approach to restore and protect the lands, then allow the landowners to apply for other programs to take care of fencing and infrastructure and those types of things. Then we put in here an additional $10 million to be used as grants for local municipalities to apply for damages done on critical infrastructure, whether it be water, sewer, those types of things. So in the bill, we set up they can get this out the door with the approval of the director. It also sets up six-member advisory. Let's see, I think there's more than that. There's a steering committee that's created to advise as we move going forward on the best ways to and what aspects we ought to deal with this. We appropriate some money to allow for travel for those folks that are on that advisory committee. There was some comment, and I think we want to be a little bit careful as we talk about the funds for invasive species. Last year in our budget, there was a request from the executive branch to do $22 million for control of invasive grasses. We thought, well, they can't get that out the door in 1 year, so we funded 11 with the instruction to come back for 11 this next year. They indeed got the 11 out, and they got it quickly. But that was for invasive grasses all across the state. What would the stuff we do on private and public lands, and they leverage that in a lot of ways. This year they came back with the second half of that request for an additional 11 million, which was referred to today, that we give another 11 million, but it's for invasive grasses and it's for statewide application. So it's not just limited to that. So just bear that in mind. And this 100 million would be for all fires that impacted the state, not just in one portion of the state. So Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd answer any questions.
Representative Connolly, first time.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any questions for the representative up there, but I'm back here to say, please vote for this amendment. In my district, the people that were on the fire, the landowners, the biggest share of it was private property. I actually was on the fire myself working. I visited with some of the ranchers, Weed and Pest District up there, the Conservation District that represents those areas where the fires were in my district. And they're telling me that they cannot operate this program on a 2% loan, that needs to be a grant process. When I'm hearing that from my weed and pest and my conservation districts, then I feel obligated to stand up here and ask the body to support this amendment so that we can make this program work in my district and the other districts as well. So with that, I ask your support.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, folks, just say no. We've been down this path. Here we are again. We're going to keep fighting it. We're almost there. Let's just say no. I will point to this amendment, page 3, line 16, $12,500. Folks, it's a small amount, but we're growing government. We're growing administration. One more reason to say no to this amendment.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of this because we're actually going to allow the experts in the state of Wyoming to take this money, put it out there, put it to the best use. Nobody other than this agency is able to implement this large of a project to this many landowners. They're experts on collaborative efforts and everything like that. So they know what they're doing. Let's let the experts take these funds, put them to the work for the people of Wyoming, and that way we're done the best job that we can do.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, in my opinion, the best amendment on this topic that we've discussed so far today. And the Wyoming, like we just heard, the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund is uniquely qualified to administer this program. And I would encourage you to just say yes.
Any other representatives for their first time? First time? Seeing no one else, second time. Second time. To the bringer of the amendment, second time. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, probably best news of the day for the body is this is my last amendment. And let me just, Mr. Chairman, love this institution. I love this state. And I love you for allowing me to do what I think is right. This is a big deal to get up here over and over again, to work this process through, long days, you know. So my thanks. To all of you. So, yes, 12,500 in additional. Heaven forbid we'd help compensate people who participate in given direction on this process. Again, the uniqueness of this approach is there's a nexus in what we do to connect state resources that are applicable to private and public lands that lie next to each other. We're not picking these opportunities. We're not picking. I just struggle with replacing the infrastructure, and I know it's expensive, but I'm just not sure that that's the state's role to do that. But for all the private people provide, all the private landowners provide to protect our wildlife and to provide feed and the type of feed, and so to help protect that resource so that we can continue to have that type of relationship, I think has a very good nexus and is very strong. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. People will look to tomorrow.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? No. Brady? Bratton? Brown, Gary? Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Repeat? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? McCann? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 23 aye, 38 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 37. Representative Lean. Representative
Speaker.
Wiley, please.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Mr. Speaker, it has just come to my attention that the department, the department that handles our public lands has issued an executive order revoking the Rock Springs RMP and Sage Grass Plan. I just want to let everybody know, and it's a good thing. A lot of us been working a long time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Wyoming House would like to give a shout out to President Trump and the new administration and his efforts on this, and to our legislators back in Washington, D.C. that fought so hard, namely Representatives Hageman, Lummis, and Barrasso, for all their efforts, and especially to all of you legislators in that area and everyone that has fought so diligently and kept up the fight. It's paid off, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for all of your efforts. So. I believe that speaks volume to the future direction of this nation and this state and the effect of this new administration on what Wyoming can look forward to. And I look forward to even more of those types of decisions that will benefit our state and ultimately this nation. So thank you all for all your efforts. Representative Washut, do you have something? Oh, Representative Lean on the next. Well, don't all jump away from the podiums at once. All right, here we go. Next one we got up is amendment number 37 to House Bill number 1. Representative Lean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 37 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment, there is a corrected version on, if you look online, and it just inserts the word grand opening. What we want to do is make sure that they have 2 years from the grand opening to make sure that their maintenance fees are covered, but no more than that. And that's the amendment. I stand for any questions.
Any members for the Representative Washit for his first time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, I had the distinct honor of serving as the Vice Chairman of the Wyoming Shooting Complex Task Force that was created by legislation passed by a supermajority of both bodies back in 2023. And I can tell you that the Section 348 language that you see before you was carefully crafted. We carefully examined the business plan put together by the community that was awarded, was selected by the task force. And there's a reason why we didn't say 2 years in that plan. The way this complex is going to thrive is by attracting top-notch shooting competitions in both archery and firearm sports. And many of those biggest matches are already booked out into the future. So it's going to take time. We understand it will take time for this complex to build a reputation and to get calendared with those biggest matches. And so for the first 4 years of operation, the complex may not break even. But the business plan, the reason why this community was selected was the quality of the business plan. They had bankers, they had all sorts of really top-notch people from that community help develop that business plan. And from day one, they wanted nothing to do with this unless they could make it cash flow. That's been their plan all along. But they also understand it's going to take a few years to get up and running, to build the reputation that you need, to get calendared for these big events and start cash flow, right? And so the task force, the state of Wyoming, believed that it was appropriate for us to support the operation and maintenance costs of operating this complex for 4 years. And that's what you see in the Section 345 plan. So we already have some very important safety checks in that Section 345. You'll notice that there's $1 for $4 built in on line 1 through 5 on page 82. $4 of non-state funds for every $1 in state funds. So the local community agreed they will be responsible for raising a 4-to-1 match for this money. We're not just handing away their O&M money. They're going to match a lot of it and exceed our contribution. After the 4th year, you will notice that if the revenues exceed $1 million, more than the operating costs, the state's contribution will be reduced on a dollar-for-dollar basis. You won't find these types of safety checks in other state contracts. Your task force went above and beyond to make sure that we were getting a really good deal. This amendment undermines the careful, thoughtful, and deliberative work that your task force put into this. Please vote no.
Any other representative? Representative Harrelson, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, I appreciate the bringer bringing it, and I understand the sentiment. But we are at a point in place where I believe that putting this type of sideboards or clamps on the funding for this project is only going to hurt it down the road. I think that if we really look at it, we got a number of amendments coming up in regards to this in this conversation. And I think what we really need to talk about is for this to actually have stability and a future, we have to be able to hold its hand until it gets off the ground. Because we could sit there and make an example of it and say, see, it didn't work. And I think that's a failure on our part. I think that giving it a two-year timeline is not a healthy way of doing that. And so on and against this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, actually. I think this is consistent with what this body's been doing throughout the day and evening. This is putting sideboards on how we're spending the money, and I appreciate the bringer. This is pretty thoughtful. Not sure where she came up with the idea, but I applaud it, and I think it's the right thing to do. Just putting a 2-year limit, that's 24 months. That's a considerable amount of time to see how an investment is operating of this nature. On and for the amendment.
Representative Heft for your first time. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is kind of in my wheelhouse. I can tell you from experience that when you start something like this, it takes a little time to get it off the ground. It's been said that if you build it, they will come. And I can tell you they'll come, but it's been my experience that it's the 3rd year that starts building up a big head of steam. And this is very beneficial to these kinds of projects, and we talk about bringing in tourism. It's amazing how many people will come from all over the country and from projects I've done exactly like this all over the world. I'm opposed to this amendment.
Any other representative for their first time? Representative Weber for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you might know, I'm from that area up there in County 11. And I just want you to know that my district would be honored to have and host a world-class Wyoming State Shooting Complex. To me, the Wyoming State Shooting Complex is a gift to the new generation, to our next generation. We want our kids to put down their phones and participate in lifelong shooting and hunting pursuits. This is the Wyoming way, and we wish it to continue for the next generation. Shooting and hunting have been one of my greatest pleasures in life, and I want my son and grandkids to shoot competitively at this legacy, and I will leave them to become better and better and more ethical hunters. The proposed shooting disciplines of our state shooting complex are such that a youngster can not only participate in a variety of scholastic shooting programs, but could even earn a full-ride college scholarship and perhaps earn a spot on the national shooting team. The Olympic-level trap and skeet ranges of the complex would be unique and is something not offered in a 7-state area. Wyoming would be a mecca for young shooters to compete for an Olympic spot. Our Wyoming boys and girls deserve the best opportunity to become master shooters and Olympians. I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Harshman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, and I guess as I read the budget in Romanet 1, 2, 3, I don't know when the $13 million, if say it only costs $11 million, when does the other $2 million revert? I mean, there's all these, what if it doesn't get $1 million in revenue? Then that Romanet 2 doesn't look like it kicks in. And so I guess at some point, we all voted for this and said there'd be no state employees, no ongoing costs. It'll be self-sufficient. I voted for it. We all supported it. But I think at some point we got to say there's not going to be this, and we don't know, maybe the whole thing will cost more than 13 million. But if it costs 9 million and we've got 4 million sitting there, how's this going to work? When's it going to end? And at some point, when's it going to revert? And so I think that's the question we all have, because it doesn't revert. On page 82 of the budget, it's got all these little qualifiers, and if you don't meet a qualifier, it doesn't revert. So on and for the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you,
Chairman
Mr.
Williams.
Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second. Representative Davis, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, being a former businessman and entrepreneur from, 3 or 4 years, sometimes you're just kind of 4 years, you can usually take an investment that you're gonna put forth and really come out. But if you're gonna judge yourself on 2 years, that's pushing the button. I mean, it just usually doesn't pan out. Do we buy a pickup for 2 years or do we buy a pickup for 4 years? You know, what's the payout on this, guys? So I think this is a little overzealous on that, and give them some time and get this thing on the road here.
Any other representative for their first time? First time on the amendment. Second time on the amendment. Representative Bear, second time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I can guarantee you one way to make sure an ROI doesn't happen very fast is give people a few $1,000,000 to sit on. That's how you make sure something doesn't become profitable. And folks, without this amendment, that's what we're going to do. I have a little bit of experience about this too. My family has a hunting club just outside of that big city from that state to the south of us. And you know what? We had to really skimp by in those first years. We didn't have $3 or $4 million and a community that was willing to match it. We didn't have any of that stuff. But you know what? 25 years later, it's a world-class place, and people travel from all over the world to it, and it's profitable. If we want to ever be able to say that we were able to turn this over to this shooting community, we need to not get it off to a start where it's completely dependent on taxpayers. On and for the amendment.
Any other member for their second time? Second time, Representative Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's not going to be millions of dollars left over at the end of the construction phase. We have carefully looked at the construction costs. We wanted to incentivize efficiency. And so if you look at what the plan is, you look at all the materials that the good people from County 11 were here last week, passing out materials and sharing them with everybody. The budget for this thing is about $19.5. They're going to build a little reserve fund. They're going to construct the whole facility. There's not going to be millions of dollars left over at the end of this thing, right? So the amount of money that's going to go into construction, there'll be a little bit left over that we'll use for the O&M. But I agree with all these other people speaking. Unlike hunting lodges that have a clientele that come every year, and they're not on a strict calendar that they have to be in this place or that place for the next 2 or 3 years, you might be able to do that in a hunting lodge. But a major national, international shooting complex is going to require lead time to market the facility and to get on the calendar for all of those major matches. And that's when the payoff comes. So 2 years probably ain't going to get us there, as the previous speaker said.
Thank you, Representative.
On and against the amendment.
Excuse me. Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time? Second time, Rodriguez Williams, Chairman Williams, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment. I think the amendment has unintended consequences. It ignores the potential of the facility to serve additional functions for additional agencies in the future. The state should maintain maximum flexibility in use and management. This legislature should revisit the facility frequently and determine the best paradigms for use and management over time. I ask the bringer of the amendment and the good appropriator what they have against ongoing oversight.
Any other representatives for their second time? Second time. Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Lean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the conversation. I understand that this has a robust business plan behind it, and with that robust business plan needs to come a cutoff date. At the very least, in 2 years, you could evaluate this again. I ask that we give them a final deadline of 2 years from the grand opening. So see, this won't even be in 2 years from now. It will be 2 years from the grand opening date that they'll have the opportunity to evaluate whether they need their maintenance and operation cost evaluated. Please, let's make them accountable for every dollar and keep them on a budget. On and for the amendment.
Question being called. Members, you're being asked to vote on second reading amendment number 37 to House Bill number 1. This is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. And when you stand, stand still. May be seated. All those opposed. Bless your hearts. Okay. All right. The amendment has not been adopted. All right, next amendment for our consideration. Amendment number 38, Representative Harshman, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move to withdraw Amendment 38.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered, and the clapping would indicate that. Next amendment for our consideration, number 39.
Mr. Speaker, I would move second reading amendment number 39 to House Bill 1. Members, this is on page 81. If you read our budget bill, it says that on line 4 of page 81, any unexpended, unobligated funds from these appropriations, which is 13 million now, shall not revert and are authorized to be expended for the operation and maintenance of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex, subject to those conditions prescribed on the next page, paragraph D, Romanet 1, 2, and 3 that we just talked about in the previous amendment. And so I just wanted to put in on page 81 a cap. I think there ought to be some kind of cap for what would be 2 years of maintenance that we just adopted 2 years, and that cap would be $300,000 for operation of the facility for 2 years. Because right now there is no cap, and there's no reversion. And so again, just a sideboard on that, and I think for, how much does it cost to operate for 2 years? I don't know. I picked $300,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. Representative Bear for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. It's a good amendment. Vote aye.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Washut, Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said on the previous one, but before I get there, great respect for the bringer of the amendment. I think his heart's in the right place. I just think 300,000 might be a little shy. The first couple of years, this thing's not going to be generating a lot of revenue, and the ability of the state to support that endeavor in the early days while we're building a good reputation, I think is going to be really important. We carefully thought this through. I think 300,000, as I said, is a little lean. We were trying to incentivize the wise use of construction funds. If you only have 300,000 left, and does that incentivize the consumption of every other dollar into the construction costs? So the task force, we toured this major, highly successful shooting complex down in the state to our south, and they've been really successful down there in terms of doing a lot of the construction with volunteer labor and rather than contracting out or buying prefab materials and so forth. So that was our goal, that we were trying to incentivize frugality in the construction and leave some cash in the waiting room to maintain and operate the facility during those first lean years. On and opposed to the amendment.
Representative, any other representatives? Representative Banks, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and opposed to the amendment, I certainly understand the intention behind it, but I think at this point we need to honor the work of the task force and the system that they set in place to build a complex of this magnitude, of this size of economic development and the things we're really trying to accomplish. I don't think that we need to limit our ability to be able to make it the best that we want it to be. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, is make it a booming economic development center for the state of Wyoming. And I think limiting it under this would just be a step in the opposite direction. So on and opposed.
Thank you, Representative Banks. Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm against this amendment. You know, there was experts from all over the country assembled in this group that came up with this and looked at this facility. I think we ought to, once again, trust the experts and what they foresee. I don't think we here in the good chamber are experts on this one. So I'd stick with the experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, any others for their first time? First time? Second time? Want to speak to the amendment? Anybody before the bringer? Seeing no one, Representative Harshman, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And appreciate the debate, and I'll work with the good chairman of the shooting complex task force. Put a lot of hours of his life into this, traveled all over, and so I really. At this time, I'll come back with a third reading amendment with probably a different number. And so at this time, without objection, absent objection, I'd withdraw the amendment.
Any objection to withdrawing the amendment from the body? Seeing none, the amendment has been withdrawn. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to amendment number 40, House Bill number 1, second reading. Representative Schmid. Representative Schmid, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 40 to House Bill 1. This amendment is pretty, to me, it's pretty simple. As a solid Second Amendment supporter, a believer that you can't have too many weapons of your choice, and I'd love to see a great shooting complex like this in Wyoming, but this is just simply not the state's job to put this facility up. This is not what the state is supposed to do. The state is supposed to create an environment for private business to take on a project like this. Low taxes, few regulations, get out of the way and let private industry do what they do best. This is not the state's function. And I say that, if this was such a great investment, why hasn't private industry already done it? We've got a lot of weapons manufacturers and ammunition companies and people coming into this state. Why aren't they building this? I got a pretty good reason why, because it's not financially suitable yet. They don't see the market for it. But they'd probably love to see us build one, because they're going to have a lot of good products they can promote in a facility like this. And then another thing, is Wyoming really a place for this facility? I mean, I've heard talk about facilities in the state south of us. That's quite a different environment down there. It's pretty balmy there year-round. I know the facility they're talking about. It's balmy there year-round. They can shoot year-round. They don't have the winds, the cold, the snow, the closed highways, the air traffic problems that we're going to have in Northwest Wyoming. How many months is this thing really going to be under operation? How many shooters are we going to get here in January, February, April even? I know our wildlife agency has money involved in this project. And what I've read is they're looking forward to it because they're going to have a new training. They'll be able to have some training centers. Well, they just built a new $12 million facility in the same city. Hopefully they've got something to train, a room in there that they can do some training for $12 million bucks. This thing first cranked up here a year or so ago. The estimates of the construction were around $10 million. Now it's at 19.5. And I don't know that they've got any real plans drawn up yet. Who knows where this thing's going to end? But let alone, I've never read anything what this thing is going to, the owning and operating costs are going to take after this thing is up and operational. Are there any estimates out there about that? I've never seen any. But that's going to be a real number that somebody's going to have to figure out. The biggest thing for me with this project is using state money to build this facility in this city in Northwest Wyoming, is there's already 3 shooting ranges there, privately held in the area. And now we're going to take state money, taxpayers' money, and go in there and build a world-class facility to compete with three facilities that have been built by hardworking Wyoming people that have risked and invested their own money in their own facilities. And we're going to put this world-class facility in there for them to compete against. You know how that story's going to end. That's not what we're here for, folks. This is wrong from top to bottom. And I found we've also got a statute out there that kind of has some language that government shouldn't be competing with private business. I don't know if anybody's looked into that or not. But I think the creators of this whole project should do that. You know, I heard this week about Davy Crockett and Farmer Bunce. We've read that story. Some of us heard it. It was mentioned here this past week. Farmer Bunce wasn't going to work for vote for Davy Crockett anymore because he gave away money he wasn't approved to give away, even if it was to a grieving widow, because it opened the door. Once you start it, you can't stop. Who's next? And that's what we're doing here. Who's going to be next? Do we get to pick and choose who's going to be the winner and who's going to be the loser? Because that's what we're doing. If we've got that much money laying around that we can invest in these kind of facilities, I think that's a clear indication that we're overtaxed. And I don't really care where the money comes from, what kind of tax you want to call it. It still comes from the people. And if we got that kind of money laying around to invest this kind of money in a shooting facility that we're really not sure what's going to happen yet, we're overtaxed. I would vote to give some of that money back to the folks and then let them spend it. I urge this body to really consider what we're doing here and the kind of example we're setting. This is not our business. We are here to clear the way for private industry, private businesses to succeed and grow and risk and dream. It's not our business, folks. On and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Schmid. Representative Kelly for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the bringer of this amendment. This took courage. It couldn't have been easy to come up and say that. I'm not going to reiterate his points. He made them well. There's a concept in governance we call path dependency. And that's what I'm concerned about here. And it's based on what we've already seen with the preliminary numbers and the continuing numbers. And I'll just put it in these terms. Imagine we're given a shovel and we're told that if we dig down 10 feet, there's a big pot of gold down there. So we start digging for it and you get down 10 feet and you go, no, sorry, we were wrong, it's 15 feet. And then 20 feet. And the deeper you dig down, the harder it is to turn back and say you made a mistake and maybe never should have started in the first place. So the best place to nip something like this would be now, rather than 2 years from now, be $40, $50 million in and say, well, we've already dumped this much in, we need to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. Any other representatives? Representative Harrelson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask a couple questions as we look at a state park, a shooting complex. I mean, really, we have to ask the question, what are the roles? You're right. What are the roles? There's a little thing called Pittman-Robertson monies that were given by those. I mean, I've paid into those. You've paid into those. Every time you dimple a primary, you pay into those. Those should have been building these facilities a long time ago. The entity that chose not to didn't, but those were primary for shooting facilities and for education of the next generation. You know, in 2023, a decision was made to move forward with this. And honestly, I don't know if, I mean, we could probably go back and say, should have we or shouldn't have we at that point? But the point was we did. And the point was we put out a direction for this to become reality. And truth is if it would have been in your community, you'd vote for it, and maybe you don't because it isn't. And truth is, my community put in a bid and didn't get it, but I still think that there's a point where we stand behind what we said. The plans are done. You can look at them. They've given them out. You know what the hosting city says they'll pay for operation after it's up and running. They have a plan to do so. They've got skin in the game. Is it the role of government? You can ask that question. I've asked that question many times as I've looked at this. And I go back to the question, is it the role of government to have a state park? Is it the role of government to do a lot of things? And so where's the point where do we sit there and say no and move on? Or do we sit there and say, you know what, we have the opportunity to do this? I was asked, what about the state to the south of us, and what's the difference? What's the difference between there and here? Well, I'll tell you one difference. They can only shoot 10 rounds at a time. It's really hard to have these competitions, and they're losing these competitions left and right. People will not go there anymore for fear of what it could cost them. They don't want to pick up a felony doing that. That's what started this entire conversation, was whenever a very large shoot that normally is held at south of our state all of a sudden got canceled because the shooters are like, hey, this is a federal offense if we take our 30-round mags for these 3-gun shoots down into the state below us. Wyoming said, hey, we're open for business. We're definitely 100% behind our shooting folks. And so I think that we need to be careful that we don't turn around and back off on a community that's put a ton of money into this, and let's give them this. Do we need to build one in every community? No. Would I vote for a second one if we came onto the docket? Maybe not, probably not. But I think that I, for one, voted the first time, said, yeah, let's do this, as well as a majority of everyone in this body. Now, I know you've replaced some of those people, and that's a call that you're going to have to make and a decision you're going to have to make. But I do believe this. It's very similar to what we do when we do state parks or anything else. It's something that we, as the state, do fund. And if we need to completely look at a different structure, then maybe it's time to do that. I just don't think it's time to do it with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good committee member over here took some of my points, but I'll just reiterate what he didn't say, is that in 2023, we were facing an administration that was very hostile to our Second Amendment rights, to our gun rights. This is my business, so I do know. And we set about to, when we voted on this, because we wanted Wyoming to be a 2A sanctuary state. We wanted to take that flagship and say, this is ours, we're going to protect it, and we want to make sure we pass it on to children and to the future generations. So that's why it was voted in. That's why we continue to push for a flagship. I wish every community could have a shooting complex. My community was one of the runners-up, and I tell them, you should be happy that I'm for this, because if not, I would have to vote conflict if it was in my community. But, you know, this in particular is a part of our heritage. The state south of us, they passed laws, their legislature did, that has hindered that. And we have a body that honors and respects our Second Amendment rights. And so with that, we looked at this as we know that this is a safe haven, and we want people to be able to come here and use their First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights. I mean, you can't even, I know how this is violated in my own business with our First Amendment rights. We can't even post a photo of a gun on social media or on websites that have been taken down. And this makes draws a line in the sand. The state to our east is also putting one in. And let's take back the West. On and against this for the complex.
Representative Banks, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and oppose the amendment. I want to kind of settle the dust a little bit that this has not been an easy, smooth process, or that things aren't going well, anything like that. This has been a very thorough, collaborative effort amongst all the stakeholders, and industry has been heavily involved in that. They're fitting a lot of the costs between industry and private donations. You know, when the ideas presented at some of these SHOT shows nationwide, these shooting events, things like that, these top industries in both handguns, rifles, archery, they're excited, they're ready. They think that Wyoming is the prime place that this needs to happen. And an economic development of this magnitude, I think absolutely the state can be involved in that. If we're going to bring this kind of return on our investment, absolutely. And also a clarification of that, this money can't go back to the taxpayers. It's in the tourism account. It's for purposes like this that we have this kind of funding. That's why we have it. And so, excuse me, the collaboration among all the different stakeholders, I think, is what's driving this forward. And to come 2 years later and say we're not going to honor our commitments anymore, I think paints a bad mark on the state. So I stand against this amendment. The task force has done an excellent job crossing the T's, dotting the I's. It's going well. The plans are out there. The state of Wyoming is going to be a leader in our Second Amendment rights, a leader in shooting sports with this. And I think if we can do a small part in that and leave our legacy as Second Amendment lovers to this state and to future generations, I think this is the way to do it. And I stand opposed to this amendment.
Representative Yin, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So, you know, I really love the Constitution of the state of Wyoming. Did you know that we even have a section about economic development in this booklet, this good text? We even have one where we could even create a school of mines if we really wanted to. I mean, all of that to say is that what is the role of government? I think it's fairly concretely defined in the federal level, but in the state level, we're here to represent our people, our communities, our businesses, our families. And this is the complex that we are talking about in the amendment is one where we can showcase not only our community, but our culture to the entire world. It's meant to be a world-class shooting sports complex, one where people from all over can witness what Wyoming culture is like, come here, go back to their own homes, and and tell them Wyoming has the best culture in the world. We could share that with them. All in support of the complex, against the amendment. What I will say is that this is what we do in this body. We support our communities. And this is one where we not only support a community that's not my own community. In fact, I think we compete a little with that community across the other side of the park. But we still support our community and we support our state. And with that, I would ask you to support this. I think it's not only supportive of our community over there, but supportive of our state culture. So on and against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lawley, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first begin by saying I was part of the Minerals Committee when we created this task force and brought that idea to the body. And my understanding was its goal was to do just what it did, and they did it with excellence. They really did, even beyond my expectations, and I want to commend them for that, the hard work they put in. I'm not unhappy about the location they chose. It's near me. But I want to say this. I can't approach this issue at this point in our discussions over the last 2 days without the burden of context. We have talked about tightening our belts. We have talked about not funding funds to support local government infrastructure, to support our counties when they have a problem, that we don't really have the money to do that. And I can't quite escape the burden, Mr. Speaker, of that context right now. And so I think the bringer of this amendment has raised some really important things to think about. And I just come to you with that burden of this context, because you see, the funding of local government infrastructure and things when they are in trouble, helping our local governments face these crises, it is our job. We don't have to be uncertain about that part before we ever consider other things that might also be our job. Again, I'm just simply burdened by the context of the discussions the last several days.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wharf, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to defer to Representative Pendergraft. He was there first, but I will go now if you'd like.
No, I get to pick. You
All
go
right,
ahead.
thank you, sir. I have to rise in opposition to this, and I hate to do it. Most of you know that I have been a very staunch advocate for our Second Amendment rights. But I really wonder if this body 2 years ago would have had somebody here to talk to them and tell them about Pittman-Robertson, Dingell-Johnson dollars. It's an excise tax. It's on our hunting and fishing products, which means when you buy a rifle or you buy ammunition, if you're buying a gun for $700, it's got an excise tax that the manufacturer already paid for that item. It's built into that, so that when we buy that, those monies go back. They're returned to the states based on a formula that is derived from the number of licenses sold and the size of your state. What's troubling to me is we've had a hook and bullet department that for years has been bringing in tens of up to $20 million in Pittman-Robertson, Dingell-Johnson dollars. That when it was first created, the primary purpose of Pittman-Robertson, Dingell-Johnson dollars was to promote shooting sports and hunter safety. Had we been doing what we should have been doing, we'd have shooting ranges all around. Now, the bringer of this amendment brought up the fact that we got 2 or 3 ranges that currently exist that are privately operated. If it was your business, how would you feel if the state came in and threw something on top of your business? Granted, they're probably not retiring. The guys that built those ranges, probably not going to retire by the money that they're making on that. But I've tried to build a range in my county, and I can tell you, it was a 2-man show, 3-man show some days. But it has been a long, hard drudge. We're still working on it. We're slowly putting it together. I know of numerous ranges that have all done this. piece by piece by piece by piece. And I really wonder if this body would have been aware that there's already a mechanism in place that this state could have been using to do this. Would they have been so willing to commit the state to do it? We already heard one person testify that when you're digging a hole, if you realize that you're in trouble, you don't keep digging. And I think we got to stop digging. So with that, I would urge your support. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my kids were growing up, I often would tell them, just do the right thing. Sometimes I'd add to that, and don't tell me that you don't know what the right thing is. Well, sometimes it is kind of hard to know what the right thing is, especially after you've already done the wrong thing. They would get farther on into their lives, and they'd come home and say, Dad, what should I do? Well, you've already dug yourself into a hole. And so now you've got to try to decide what the next right thing is. We just heard from the bringer of this particular amendment, probably as accurate and as specific and as spot on a talk as I've ever heard. And I commend him for that. And each one of us is going to have to look at where we're at and say, now, this is where we're at. Maybe we shouldn't be here, but this is where we're at. And so how do I extricate myself from here? Am I going to do more harm than backtracking and going back on my word to support this? Or do I have to go out? And I can't make that decision for you. Everybody has to make it. My personal decision is to go on with the shooting complex. I feel that from my perspective, we would do more harm than good by backing out, despite all the true things that we heard. And, you know, we can all wish, and I wish he was here 2 years ago to have made that talk. But he wasn't, so we got to move on from here. And for my part, I will support the shooting complex.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a very long speech for you all tonight. Just 2 words, limited government. Thank you.
Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple years ago when I first heard about this, I thought, oh, what a wonderful thing, because as was spoken earlier, it was to make a statement. We were standing in a time where federal encroachment was coming at us from lots of different areas. We were being told what we could do with our health, where we could go, if we could go to church, and a lot of other things. And so this came up, and I thought, you know, this is something that I would love to do. And I was chosen to be on that task force. So I got to travel around. My county was one of the ones that put in a bid, and they were very excited. We didn't make it. But the thing is that there was lots of conversations going on. One, the second industry in this state is tourism and business-ready communities. So that helped to set it up. The other thing that I noticed is getting to this age, I'm like, where's all the children that are going hunting? Where's all the children that are going through their training to be hunters? Where is the things going on in the school? Why are children not outside? And all of those things I started looking at, and I thought, because the culture is changing. And so to be able to be on this task force was an opportunity to say, you know what? We need for people to have that opportunity. Firearms are a blessing for lots of reasons. One is because we use them for safety and protection. Two, we can use them for hunting. 3, we use them for sport. There's lots and lots of reasons. The other thing I noticed is that I started going to different kinds of meetings, and there was a a state group that got together, and I thought, oh my goodness, there's all these groups and they're just opening up to me because I'm looking now. This group, who was so prestigious in their day, they had their annual meeting, and I was the 5th person there. I was like, where is everybody? Well, we don't get the people we used to. So I thought, well, maybe this, getting the word out, getting people started, getting things going again, maybe this would be the nexus for that. It wouldn't take away from the community events, but possibly get them going, get things going in the school, get things going in the communities, and then bring this to fruition. So those were some of my questions. I'm like, okay, how's this going to work? My background was in travel, recreation, and hospitality management. So who's going to be making the reservations? Who's going to be handling this? Who's going to make sure that the facilities are full? Who's going to be advertising? All of those things. And I didn't just jump on board. I was very, very interested to get all of these questions answered. Well, one of the things I believe is happening is that there will be a joint powers board with this group. And so therefore, it will not be just out there, and we'll figure it out when it's over. The money that has been allotted for this, some of it has gone out, 100,000 has gone out for pre-planning, because that just has to be. But the rest of it to be distributed, they have the business plans, and we've all had the opportunity to look at them. And we see there, when we were talking about Pittman Roberts and things like that earlier, the bureau that takes care of the animals here in Wyoming, they have allotted that. They were there on the ground with us, and the educational part of this was something that they got onto very, very quickly. They saw it as their mission and what they would like to do. So that's going to be part of it, is education. The other thing is that it would be put into the parks control underneath that, but the Joint Powers Board would be responsible for the hiring and firing and running. There would be no additional government employees. So that was a good thing. And the other thing I'll say is, while I guess the bottom line is there lots of reasons to say absolutely not? Sure. Is there reasons to drag our feet? Sure. Is there reasons to say, well, we'll just wait and see? Sure. But the thing is that this state, as far as I know, is the best and the only one that is at a precipice right now where we can say, this is what we stand for, is the freedom to have these industries, the freedom to see this as events that we support, and also what we as a people will do. It's easy to say, I'm going to watch them fail and I'm going to help them fail. We all know that that happens. It happens right here. But are we going to take the leap and make it for this state, or are we not? That's the decision that we're looking at. So we can work together, make it work, or we can let it fail. It's up to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rodriguez-Williams for your
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second, Rodriguez-Williams. Any others for their first time? Any others? Representative Harshman for your
Mr.
first
Speaker,
time.
quickly on and against the amendment. Appreciate the work that the task force has done. It's like many of these things, we build in and the tourism dollars, all those things will be a huge impact to our state. And I appreciate good bringer of the amendments, made strong case for this, but on and against. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for the first time? You wish. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boy, I appreciate the comments tonight. You know, since this bill was passed, it's been my great pleasure to serve on this task force and to work with an amazing group of people, many from the private sector who gave up their own time, left their businesses, came to the task force meetings, traveled with the task force, sacrificed in order to make the best of this operation. The most important thing, I think, for us tonight on this amendment is to think about what going backwards at this point means. What does it do to our reputation? You know, your task force took a bill passed by the legislature with huge support, and we did our very best to deliver on the expectations of the legislature. That was the honorable thing to do, and I believe we did it well. But the question is, do we complete what we start? Do we operate in a way that's honorable? You know, you got the opportunity last week to meet some of these great people from the team up there in County 11 who came down all the way from there to be with you last week, to answer your questions, to explain the concept. And that community has invested their own time and their own money because they believe that this legislature would do the honorable thing, that their community at the end of the selection process was selected, and they went forward trying to make the best of every moment before the snow flies and after, to be ready to move this project along in a timely manner. That community is also home to not, if it's not the largest, it's one of the very largest firearms museums in the country. And they have established contacts with firearms manufacturers from all over the place. They have them on their speed dial. They know them on a first name basis. When they were putting this plan together, it wasn't just a few people from that town coming up with an idea. They brought in professional shooters, people who spend their time traveling about competing in these matches. And they said, tell us what you think. And those professionals said, this works, that doesn't. They helped them put that plan together. So over $100,000 has been spent by that committee up there out of their local funds to try and promote this. They just recently returned from that big firearms trade show out in Las Vegas, and they described to me great buzz. People that came by the booth and heard their descriptions and saw the brochures that you all were provided with. There was great excitement about this complex coming to Wyoming. They have already done the donor outreach. They are absolutely certain they can raise $6.5 million as a private-public partnership. Those companies will write checks once they know that this is going to happen. We make the decision, we approve this, sit back and watch. We're not just digging a hole because we can dig a hole. We're creating a world-class shooting complex that we're going to be very, very proud of. Our children and grandchildren will be very, very proud of, and that will be beneficial to the state of Wyoming. When we visited that similar complex down in Colorado, we talked to business people in that community about the impact that having that facility nearby had on their businesses. The number of people who fly into the big airport in that state and then drive over to compete on that big range. And there, as other people have mentioned, they're facing some difficulties because of the political climate in their legislature. We don't have that problem. We have a pro-gun, pro-firearm legislature. We've been doing everything we can to recruit firearms manufacturers to come to this state. They're excited about this project. You all got letters from the national organization that represents shooting sports retailers. They strongly embrace this project. They love the idea. And we brought in a guy who runs one of the big shooting complexes and had him walk around that facility up there, the place that we're looking at. And his comment was, there is not another public range in America that can compete with what this has to offer if we do it right. We're going to do it right. So I heard a little comment about, who's going to shoot up there in the dead of winter. Well, as it ends up, there are some groups that don't have a choice about what weather it is when they shoot. And some of those groups have expressed interest in perhaps renting the facility for a certain number of days every winter to conduct their training. These are all being developed. That business group up there in County 11 is doing everything they can to make sure this thing cash flows. And the idea that this cost of this project is just ballooned just isn't accurate. The original money put forth by the legislature was intended to show earnest, that the state of Wyoming was earnest about this project and to incentivize communities doing the hard work of putting together proposals. And guess what? It worked. 9 different communities put forward proposals. We had over 365 responses to our online survey from almost every county in Wyoming and from several states outside of Wyoming. This facility will be a growing complement to our manufacturing sector that's already present in that county with the 11 on their license plates. We're not discovering that we started off on a bad hole. Once we had a site selected, then we were able to actually evaluate what's the cost of this process. And now we know the community is stepping up with their share, and the state's going to do its share. I ask you, please don't give this state a black eye and go backwards on our word, do something dishonorable. The honorable thing to do is we finish what we start out here in Wyoming, and we're well on our way to doing a great job. Please vote no on the amendment, on aye on the budget.
Any other members for their first time? First time? Any other members? Representative Gugelmas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second. Any other members for their first time? Anyone? Anyone else? Seeing none, second time. Any members want to speak a second? I'm going to let you know who I've got. I've got Representative Kelly, Haroldson, Angelos, Banks, Yin, Lawley, Wharf, Pendergraft, Singh, Ottman, Harshman, and Washit. You all may have a second bite at the apple if you so see fit. Any others for their second time? Representative Rodriguez-Williams for your second time. Wait a minute. We went to our second time. Ms. Williams, you were not on the first go-round. Was she? Did she? Did I write it down? It is getting late. Okay, Rodriguez-Williams, by all means, take your second bite of the apple, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did have a first for a second.
I thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So, on and against the amendment. It goes too far. What's in this supplemental budget is a funding allocation for $3.5 million. The majority of it coming out of the tourism account. And this was approved by the JAC. The project's already been approved. It was Bill SF 169 that appropriated $10 million in 2023. If the body wants to have a debate about what's in the supplemental budget, which is an ask that's been approved by JAC for $3.5 million, let's have that debate. Let's not take it to this level and undermine all the work of the 67th and all the funding that's been invested by the task force and the local communities. Mind you, this is a partnership. Local funds, a third of this project is provided by local funds, private industry, and a little bit of local government. Since I've been elected, for the past 4 years, I have been committed to supporting Second Amendment values in this state. We've done a ton of work to open the doors in this state, to open every single gate that we can to invite manufacturers and the firearm industry into this state, to make it gun-friendly, firearm-friendly, business-friendly. We've run bills and passed bills in this body to prevent discrimination against the firearm industry. Wyoming is well known for this. The state has been involved and continues to invest in supporting recreational opportunities, sportsman access, and other projects to further recreational economy and tourism goals. There are other states that have taken advantage of the partnerships that exist right now and that can move forward. The good representative that brought this amendment suggests that the state has not made a significant effort to support shooting ranges. He's right. That oversight should be corrected. We should prioritize this project. As the good representative from the Windy City mentioned, this amendment, if it were to pass, leaves a big black eye on the state, a state that's gun-friendly. I appreciate the work of the task force. Again, the funding comes from the tourism account that's being allocated in this supplemental budget. There's an additional ask of $3.5 million. If the body wants to have a debate about the $3.5 million, let's have that debate. But don't blow the whole project out the window. Personally, I love the idea of spending tourism funds on something that matches with the culture of this state. If you want to spend tourism funds on butterfly museums and commercials in France to promote this state, go for it. On and against.
Any other members for their first time? Or second time? Wow. Second time. Thank you. Second time. No takers? The second time? Question being called. Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 40 to House Bill number 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We should get the guy that brought this amendment the last shot at it. That makes sense. Representative Schmidt, by all means, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too appreciate the work that the task force did. But in my view, this project was the classic example of getting the cart before the horse. And you know what? I've had black eyes before, and they heal. And it doesn't take that long either. Again, this project is not the state's business. I really want you to think about that, what we are doing here. Please, please think about that. And I'd like to, I don't know, I guess call for a vote. I can't hear you.
Question has been called for. This will be a roll call vote, ladies and gentlemen. You are voting on second reading amendment number 40 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Repeat? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Webb? Weber? Wharf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Andrew, no. To aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 25 aye, 35 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 40 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 41. Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move to withdraw second reading amendment number 41.
Without objection, second reading amendment number 41 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 42. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering that the hour is late and we do not do our best work at this time, I am withdrawing this amendment.
Second reading amendment number 42 has been withdrawn without objection. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 43. This is a corrected copy, so I hope all of you folks have that. Representative J.T. Larson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the hour is late, but I am choosing to move second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this amendment failed by one vote on the capital construction bill. And I just wanted to give it a shot in the budget. And this is the $3 million appropriation, but the money cannot be released from the LSRA until the city has raised funds from other sources. So I wanted to give this a shot. I did have a handout passed out to all of you a little bit ago. I thought it was going to come up a little bit sooner, but it does break down the project costs for phase 2, 3, and 4. So you can kind of get a better picture of how much the total project is. So $3 million from the state is really a small drop in the bucket to what we need, but it would definitely help us get along the way. So I would ask for an aye vote at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any member for their first time? Representative Harrelson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that the body would stand against this. Deja vu is what I would say, and we've seen this before. We've had this discussion before, and we've made the statement before that this is not the place for it. We have funds out there that this community can apply for and go through the proper channels, and would ask that they do so on and against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first? Representative Lean for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious why this community did not for a spec tax in order to pay for this if it's been an ongoing problem. Thank you.
Oh, my heavens. Representative, any others for your first time? First time? Seeing none. Second time? Seeing none. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my community where we come from, our spec tax goes to major maintenance on a lot of our infrastructure that we put in over the years. So we can't use a spec tax for new construction on stuff in my community. We just don't have that luxury. And to the good appropriator, we have gone after other sources of funding within the state, and we continue to get shot down. So that's why I'm coming here. This is a last resort for my community because we've tried other avenues and none of them pan out. So we're talking about giving tens of millions to 10 farmers on the east side of the state. I'm asking for $3 million for 1,000 homes, 1,000 people. I think it's pretty simple. But I encourage an aye vote. Thanks for indulging at this late hour and appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alamand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Excused? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Excused? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith?
No.
Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Tarver? Are there any changes? Brady? No to aye. Schmid? Aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 36 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 44. Representative Yin,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, I'm not sure how I got stuck at the end here, but
Just
even though
lucky.
this is the best amendment that exists, I will happily withdraw it for this reading and bring it back on third reading. Second reading amendment number 44 withdrawn.
Seeing no objection from the body and the rejoicing, I would say that that has been accepted by the body. Oh, goodness. Hold on, body. Got some stuff we gotta go through here. Hang in there, folks. Got some things. We've got a motion that's going to be brought immediately after this by Representative Harshman to do some re-referrals or move some bills around between committees. So please, you've come this far. It's a great life. Don't weaken now. So hang in there, folks. Like the monkey said when he backed into the fan, it won't be long now. I'm not repeating that, so if you didn't hear it the first time, I'm not going to say it again. All right. Can I close out? No. House Bill number 1, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Ladies and gentlemen, the next role of business is Representative Bear. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with House Rule 5-6, I move to recall House Bill 95 and House Bill 107 from Committee Number 2 and re-refer to Committee Number 6.
You've heard the motion. I will need 5 seconds in order to complete this project. We have Representative Davis, Representative Larson, Representative Geringer, Representative Stivar, and Representative Campbell. A majority vote will be what is required to be able to make this pass. So we can do a voice vote on this. You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion has been adopted. Great try. That's one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. You guys have done a phenomenal job today, and thank you for hanging in here. Reports from standing committees.
House Bill 101, sponsored by Water. Forest Health Grant Program 3, an act relating to state forestry. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 101, Forest Health Grant Program 3, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 102, sponsored by Representative Heiner, Attorney General elected, an act relating to the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 102, Attorney General elected, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brady, Bratton, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Webb. Noes. Representatives Chestick, Filer.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep
Washington.
it down so we can hear.
Representative Washington, Chairman. House Bill 192, sponsored by Representative Larson, JT. Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation, and Liability Limits, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 192, Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation, and Liability Limits. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Tarver, Vice Chairman. House Bill 209, sponsored by Representative Knapp, Reliable and Dispatchable Low Carbon Standards Repeal, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 209, Reliable and Dispatchable Low Carbon Standards Repeal. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Larson and Riggins. Representative Tarver, Vice Chairman. House Bill 210, sponsored by Representative Knapp. Prohibition on unauthorized fees, veterans benefits, an act relating to trade and commerce. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 210. Prohibition on unauthorized fees, veterans benefits. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Excused, Representative Banks. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 249, sponsored by Representative Nyman, Runoff Elections, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 249, Runoff Elections. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes. Representative Yen. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Bill 255, sponsored by Representative Singh, Mobile Home Certificate Information Disclosure Requirement, an act relating to mobile homes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 255, Mobile Home Certificate Information Disclosure Requirement. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Noes. Representative Bratton. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 257, sponsored by Representative Singh, Barber Apprenticeships, an act relating to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 257, Barber Apprenticeships. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 274, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams, Biological Males and Women's Sports, an act relating to school sports. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 274, Biological Males and Women's Sports. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Clouston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez Williams, Wasserberger. Noes. Representative Yen. Absent. Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was re-referred House Bill 274, Biological Males and Women's Sports. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes. Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 296, sponsored by Representative Nyman, Constitutional Apportionment. an act relating to state legislative districts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 296, Constitutional Apportionment, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation of due pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Bill 280, sponsored by Representative Knapp, Sex Offender Registration, an act relating to criminal procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 280, Sex Offender Registration, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation of due pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 292, sponsored by Representative Bear, Budget Reserves, Recommended Apportionment Amount, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 292, Budget Reserves, Recommended Appropriation Amount, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation of due pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 320, sponsored by Representative Storer, Taxation and Revenue Task Force 2028, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 320, Taxation and Revenue Task Force 2028, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to due pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood. Noes, Representative Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 329, sponsored by Representative Bratton, Office of Homeland Security Amendments, an act relating to the Office of Homeland Security. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 329, Office of Homeland Security Amendments, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation of due pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 339, sponsored by Representative Weber, Homeowners Associations, Displays of Political Campaign Signs, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 339, Homeowners Associations, Display of Political Campaign Signs, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation due pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger, Yin. Excused, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
Wow. Okay, messages from the Senate.
Hold on, let me get a drink. Okay. Message number 207. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 101, Post-Conviction DNA Testing Procedures Amendments. Ayes 27, excused 4. Message 208. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below failed to pass the Senate's 3rd reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 111, Net Metering Revisions. Ayes 10, noes 17, excused 4. Message 209. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 114, Missing Persons Reporting Requirement. Ayes 27, excused 4. Message 210. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 139, Trapping Requirements, Licenses, Seasons, and Setbacks. Ayes 16, noes 11, excused 4. Message 212. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 143, Public Monies, Deposits, and Credit Unions. Ayes 19, noes 8, excused 4. Message 213. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 149, Wildlife Conservation, License Plates, Amendments. Ayes 26, noes 1, excused 4. Message 214. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 165, Cancellation of Registration Notice, Amendments. Ayes 27, excused 4. Message 215, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 167, Board of Chiropractic Examiners, Criminal History Records. Ayes 26, noes 1, excused 4. Message 216, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 186, Advanced Nuclear Reactor Manufacturers, Fuel Storage. Ayes 21, noes 6, excused 4. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Next, we have our committee announcements. Representative Chairman Bear, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're hardworking, always here, willing to go the extra mile. Committee number 2.
Thank you,
We'll
Chairman
meet at
Bear.
8 a.m. tomorrow morning in Capitol Room E301 and online to discuss House Bill 117, Omnibus Water Bill Construction as a re-referred bill. We'll also discuss Senate File 69, Homeowner Property Tax Exemption, House Bill 176, Vacancies in Public Office Amendments, and House Bill 190, Bond Election Language Process, and re-referrals as assigned.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Vice Chair Stivar, Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow morning, your Revenue Committee will meet at 7:30, our usual room, number 5, to go over 2 bills. House Bill 328, Residential Real Property Valuable Taxable Value 2, and House Bill 130, Homeowners Tax Exemption Amendments. And the bills will be continued upon adjournment if we do not get through them.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stivar. Chairman Knapp, number 7, Corps.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Your number 7 corporations will meet upon adjournment tonight. We'll finish hearing House Bill 144, County Canvassing Board, House Bill 262, and House Bill 215. We will be meeting in room 006 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Knapp. Chairman Byron, number 5.
Thank you,
Number 6, TRW.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. TRW Committee will meet tomorrow upon noon recess, Thursday the 6th in Capitol Extension Room 5 and online to hear House Bill 106, House Bill 110, House Bill 2, and if time permits, House Bill 107, House Bill 95, and House Bill 151.
Thank you, Chairman Byron. Any others? Any other committee announcements? Seeing none, Chief Clerk, I do believe that clears the deck. Majority Floor Leader, I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until tomorrow, February 6th at, is everyone listening? 10 a.m. 10 a.m. But on Friday, we're going to start at 9 a.m., so get some sleep tonight.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those no. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. It would be the 18th day of session 68. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, you got to get your amendments approved. This is it. I think that just fell on deaf ears. I'm not sure. So.